Salam kompetensi. Selamat datang di Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Dalam Negeri. Kementerian Dalam Negeri memiliki 13 komponen. Salah satunya Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Dalam Negeri yang terletak di Jalan Taman Makam Pahlawan nomor 8, Kalibata, Jakarta Selatan. Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Dalam Negeri memiliki 4 pusat pengembangan sumber daya manusia. Pusat Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Regional Bukit Tinggi, Pusat Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Regional Yogyakarta, Pusat Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Regional Bandung, Pusat Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Regional Makassar, dan 1 Balai Diklat Satpol PP serta Damkar di Kemang, Bogor. Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Dalam Negeri memiliki 7 gedung: Gedung A, Gedung B, Gedung C, Gedung D, Gedung E, Gedung F, dan 1 gedung revolusi mental. Juga memiliki fasilitas diantaranya lapangan upacara, perkantoran, ruang perpustakaan, ruang lab komputer, ruang kelas dan ruang media iswara, ruang auditorium, ruang teater, klinik kesehatan, asrama, ruang karaoke, ruang LSPPDN, outdoor classroom, dan studio BPSDM TV. Juga memiliki fasilitas olahraga seperti ruang fitness, lapangan bola voli, lapangan tenis, masjid, dan berbagai fasilitas lainnya. Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Dalam Negeri mengedepankan aparatur pemerintahan dalam negeri yang kompeten dan profesional, meningkatkan kompetensi ASN, menyelenggarakan sertifikasi yang dilakukan oleh Lembaga Sertifikasi Pemerintahan Dalam Negeri, pengembangan kompetensi aparatur dalam negeri.
Butuh profesional, responsif, inovatif, modern, dan akuntabel.
Can't stop falling for you. 'Cause I can't stop falling for you.
Selamat datang di BPSDM TV. BPSDM TV adalah televisi pengembangan kompetensi ASN yang berada di bawah naungan BPSDM Kementerian Dalam Negeri. BPSDM TV menayangkan seputar pengembangan sumber daya manusia yang menjadi wadah informasi untuk aparatur sipil negara, sehingga dapat membantu ASN dalam mengembangkan kompetensinya. Setiap program yang ditayangkan BPSDM TV dikemas secara menarik melalui tahapan-tahapan produksi yang berkualitas, dimulai dari merancang konten, produksi konten, hingga masuk tahapan editing menjadi sebuah tayangan program menarik. Dan yang terakhir adalah proses penayangan program yang dapat disaksikan oleh masyarakat luas, terutama ASN. Kami menyajikan program acara yang edukatif, informatif, dan menghibur secara streaming melalui website bbsdm.kemendagri.go.id dan kanal YouTube BPSDM Kemendagri. BPSDM TV, tayangannya selalu dinanti, televisinya tetap di hati.
Hello, good morning everyone. Greetings from Jakarta, and we would like to welcome to every participants in this morning. How are you today?
We are great, Bu
Yeah,
Silvani.
thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we will introduce our program in Bahasa and in English, but for this section, I would like to explain our program in Bahasa. Oke, terima kasih banyak atas kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Kami berharap Bapak dan Ibu dalam kondisi sehat walafiat, dan selamat datang kami ucapkan ke dalam acara kami seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur dalam mengelola pelayanan publik. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, pada hari ini Senin 25 Oktober 2021 kita akan memulai acara seminar kita, tetapi mohon izin terlebih dahulu kami akan menyampaikan beberapa buah pengumuman. Yang pertama, kami mohon maaf atas pembukaan pada hari ini ada mengalami pengunduran ke mungkin pukul 10.30, tetapi sebelum kita akan pembukaan secara resmi, kegiatan ini akan tetap berlangsung dikarenakan pada hari Minggu yang lalu, minggu kemarin, ada berita duka cita dari keluarga besar Kementerian Dalam Negeri atas berpulangnya Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Hudori. Semoga beliau diterima di sisi Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Boleh mungkin untuk sesi ini nanti kita akan mendoakan bersama supaya almarhum juga dapat dilancarkan jalannya dan keluarga dapat diberikan ketabahan. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan tetap memulai acara pada hari ini sampai nanti pada saat kita akan mempersiapkan pembukaan secara formal karena pimpinan juga sedang berada di rumah duka. Nanti mohon izin Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat menyesuaikan diri pada saat kita akan melaksanakan pembukaan, mungkin kurang lebih pukul 10.30, tapi nanti bisa tentatif waktunya. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, semua sudah siap nih? Are you ready for this program?
I'm ready, yes.
Ready ya?
I'm ready.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Ready.
Nah, kayaknya udah pinter-pinter semua, gimana nih? Kayak perlu masih ikut lagi nih ke trainingnya? Baik, Bapak Ibu, memang ini sekarang kegiatan seminar ini adalah seminar yang pertama kali kita selenggarakan secara online. Sebelumnya kita menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini secara tatap muka, tetapi memang pandemi memberikan banyak perubahan bagi seluruh lini kehidupan kita. Dan hal tersebut tidak juga menutup atau menyurutkan langkah kita untuk dapat mengembangkan kompetensi kita lebih jauh. Bapak dan Ibu, izinkan saya untuk dapat juga memperkenalkan ketua penyelenggara kita yang telah juga hadir di ruang Zoom ini. Nanti kami juga memperkenalkan siapa narasumber yang akan memandu Bapak dan Ibu selama 4 hari ke depan. Siap ya Bapak Ibu ya, selama 4 hari ke depan fluktuasi jumlah partisipannya makin bertambah ya Bapak Ibu ya. Tidak semakin berkurang ya Bapak Ibu ya. Nanti kalau semakin berkurang nanti kita cek, jangan salahkan kami kalau nggak dapat e-sertifikat. Sepakat begitu? Aduh, penyelenggaranya agak ngancem dikit nih. Baik, nanti untuk mekanisme penyelenggaraannya akan dijelaskan nanti oleh trainernya. Tapi sebelumnya mungkin izin saya akan menyerahkan acara ini sebentar kepada ketua penyelenggara, kepada Bapak Endang Dwiko Rahmat. Kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Sehat semua ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Apa yang tadi disampaikan oleh Mbak Fani, Karena satu hal, mohon maaf untuk acara pembukaan akan disesuaikan karena pada hari ini kami dari keluarga besar Kementerian Dalam Negeri sedang berduka karena telah berpulangnya rahmatullah Sekjen kami Bapak Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Hudori, innalillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun. Allah demikian tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, tetap acara ini akan berjalan sesuai dengan arahan dari pimpinan. Saya Eko Dwi Rahmat sebagai penanggung jawab dari acara ini sekali lagi mengucapkan mohon maaf atas hal yang tidak terduga ini. Selanjutnya kami berharap acara ini dapat berjalan dengan baik. Demikian Mbak Fani, kita lanjutkan sesuai dengan schedule-nya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Akan kembali mengingatkan kepada Bapak Ibu dalam acara ini, mohon Bapak Ibu dapat memperhatikan beberapa tata tertib yang sudah kami sampaikan sebelumnya di dalam WA Group, dan kami juga mohon juga kehadiran Bapak Ibu dapat mengisi nanti presensi yang akan kami sampaikan ke dalam WA Group maupun nanti dapat kami sampaikan ke dalam chatroom di kolom ini. Kemudian mohon maaf Bapak Ibu karena kapasitas WA Group itu juga ada batasnya. Jadi mungkin nanti ada rekan-rekan dari Bapak Ibu yang belum bisa join ke WA Group, nanti secara teknis bisa menghubungi panitia. Mungkin nanti kita sudah menyampaikan di situ ada admin-admin ya, Bapak Ibu bisa juga nanti chat saya atau nanti Mas Tobri, di sini juga ada Mas Tobri di sini. Ada juga rekan kami namanya Mas Daniel, nanti bisa chat ke mereka terkait dengan mekanisme kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu. Jangan khawatir, kami tetap mengakomodir. Namun apabila Bapak dan Ibu ada yang belum bisa join ke WA Group kami, tidak masalah Bapak Ibu ya, nanti tinggal minta saja kepada kami link Zoom-nya, karena setiap hari linknya kami ada perubahan sampai dengan 4 hari ke depan. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami juga tetap mengingatkan Bapak Ibu untuk dapat mengikuti kegiatan ini secara tertib. Sekali lagi, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang device atau alat gadgetnya bisa menggunakan latar virtual background-nya, kami persilakan. Namun bila Bapak dan Ibu juga tidak memiliki kapasitas untuk menampilkan latar virtual background-nya, tidak masalah. Yang penting Bapak dan Ibu sudah dalam kondisi siap mengikuti kegiatan seminar dan memastikan jaringan internetnya dapat kondisinya stabil dan baik ya Bapak Ibu ya. Itu yang paling utama sih, kalau kondisi jaringan internetnya kurang baik ya agak sulit nanti mengikuti kegiatan kita. Kemudian mohon Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat menonaktifkan mikrofonnya selama kegiatan ini berlangsung supaya tidak terjadi kendala atau bias ya untuk dalam kondisi suara-suara yang tidak diperlukan di dalam sesi kegiatan ini. Kemudian untuk hal-hal lainnya nanti kita akan sampaikan lebih lanjut bila ada tambahan informasi. Baik, untuk bisa memulai acara ini tidak akan kami berlama-lama juga. Saya juga akan memperkenalkan Bapak Ibu tim-tim yang kami sudah sebutkan tadi. Boleh diperkenalkan tim panitia yang ada di kegiatan ini adalah, pertama ada yang paling kita sayangi ini ya, yang kita tuakan. Ya, paling senior yaitu kepada Pak Putra. Pak Putra silakan. Beliau ini bisa bahasa Inggris fasih nih. Kita dengarkan bahasa Inggrisnya beliau. Silakan Pak Putra, perkenalkan diri.
Oke, salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has given to me. I hope that you are okay, right, this morning? Okay, so today we will join the program, the English program, the enhancement of civil servant skills, and then I hope that everyone can feel enjoy. That's the most important actually. They can enjoy this program, and I hope at the end of this program, everyone can enhance their skill of English. Okay, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Putra. So the next our team is Mr. Tobri. Please introduce yourself.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang kami hormati Bapak-Bapak narasumber, Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu peserta sekalian. Perkenalkan, nama saya Oktober Budi, saya stafnya Ibu Silvani. Mungkin selama 4 hari ke depan kami akan membantu Bapak Ibu mungkin terkait nanti kegiatan ini, dan termasuk juga nanti sertifikat, mungkin sertifikat apabila mungkin ada kesalahan nama dan gelar, seandainya nanti sudah terkirim bisa nanti untuk menghubungi kami apabila ada kesalahan dalam penulisan. Mungkin itu saja dari kami. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, thank you Mr. Tobri atas perkenalannya. Ini ada yang malu-malu mau perkenalkan diri juga, tapi saya harus paksakan. Oke, yang paling muda, saya mau perkenalkan nih, ganteng juga nih. Saya tim-timnya ganteng-ganteng semua, karena memang nggak perlu ada yang menyayangi saya. Oke, saya akan perkenalkan Mr. Daniel. Please introduce yourself. Dia datang dari jauh, dari Tanah Toba. Silakan Mas Daniel untuk perkenalkan diri.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu peserta workshop seminar online Inggris. Perkenalkan, nama saya Daniel Manurung. Saya merupakan salah satu staf dari Ibu Silvani. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan kita dapat berjalan dengan lancar selama 4 hari ke depan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Mr. Daniel. Nah, Bapak Ibu, terima kasih, dan demikianlah perkenalan daripada tim kami pada seminar ini. Mudah-mudahan dengan memperkenalkan diri kami kepada Bapak dan Ibu dapat membantu nanti proses kegiatan seminar selama 4 hari ke depan, sehingga Bapak dan Ibu sudah tahu ya wajah-wajah kami seperti apa, walaupun kita tidak bertatap muka secara langsung. Baik, kita tidak akan berlama-lama lagi. Mari kita siapkan diri untuk dapat memulai acara kita, dan boleh kita beri applause dulu dari tempat masing-masing ya Bapak Ibu ya. Terima kasih. Baik, Bapak Ibu, saya akan serahkan acara ini kepada narasumber kita. Silahkan, pada sesi ini akan dimoderasi oleh Mr. Asep, dan beliau nanti akan memulai kegiatan ini dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Jadi get ready ya. Silakan Mr. Asep.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you very much for your presence in our session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Aceh Budi Wijaya, but people usually just call me Aceh. I come from Pandeglang, Banten. Today, I'm gonna be the moderator, and today we will see our trainer is Mr. Philip Query, and he's ready to deliver some materials. For this morning session, Mr. Philip Query will deliver the materials about English, learning English or using English. It is a bit difficult for us to understand English because maybe some of us have already learned English since elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, even until university. But what the result? Most of us are shy to speak in English. So here, Mr. Philip Query, who will deliver the first material, in English, what we need, learning English or using English. Please welcome our trainer, Mr. Philip Query.
Thank you, Chip. Shall we begin?
Okay, please, sir.
Okay. If it's okay if I can share screen, I'll start with our materials for today. Okay. All right. Is everyone able to see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, learning English or using English, yeah, becomes a question that we have in our minds. Are we just learning, putting it into our mind, or are we putting it to practice? So, when we look at learning English, we have two aspects that we can see with it. We have language skills and we have a language system. So as we're learning, trying to communicate in English, in language learning, we talk about these language skills and language system. Language skills includes speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And the language system includes vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. Yeah. Most people, especially those here in Indonesia, I've been here 15 years here in Jakarta, so having a chance to study the general population, I've noticed that many have studied English throughout school, where English is used as a common subject. Many also spend their own personal time studying in extra courses, taking private sessions, looking to increase their skills. Yeah. Some of these may or may not know any English, and some have an average level or even a good level and are continuing to make advancement in their knowledge and fluency of English. To use English, people need to use or have direct practice and action. If you don't use English regularly, you will find that it will quickly decline. Yeah? So as we say, if you don't use it, you lose it. And this becomes a major aspect when we're trying to move forward in our learning and our fluency skills. So the question is, are you learning English or using English? Learning many times is more of an acquisition of knowledge, but it tends to lack practice, and thus the usage of English becomes difficult or even slower than we expect, and then we tend to lose confidence. While using English means that you are beginning to maintain the skills that you've learned. As you continue to speak with those around you, as you begin to interact in English, you will also find that you will begin to learn some more of the language and increase your skills. However, it might be quite slow in improvement. So with that, many times it's good if we add to that with course schools, with private sessions, or even in self-study to make further improvements with our fluency. But let's not lose sight of the real purpose of learning. And using English really is to communicate. Whether it be sharing information or ideas, or listening or reading in order to gain information and new ideas for yourself. It really is about communication. If communication is the focus, how important is grammar, vocabulary, and structure? For example, I can say, "I hungry." Now, obviously, the statement itself is not grammatically correct, as it is incomplete and missing the verb. But I think everyone here this morning understands the meaning of "I hungry," despite its bad grammar. Or even we see throughout, at least I see it a lot in Jakarta, are people that simply make a gesture, meaning that they want some food. This also is communication. And if we focus too much on grammar and those aspects, sometimes we lose focus of the purpose and we begin to lose confidence in ourselves, thinking we cannot communicate well because we have bad grammar or bad structure. You're still confused of what to use. It's okay. Remember, it's all about communication to start with. Sharing your idea, being able to ask questions and to gain information. That's what we're looking for. Obviously, the better your fluency, you will begin to be more confident. You'll be able to communicate clearer, faster, and have much more confidence. You'll also be able to understand others better. You'll be able to gather more information, but a little bit at a time, one step at a time, just like when we see children learning to walk. It takes one step, another step, and then finally it becomes habit. So let's keep in mind, it's all about communication. Now, many times we think to ourselves, my grammar isn't right. I'm having troubles with sharing information. If we look at speaking with one another face to face,
Suaranya kecil.
Okay, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I put here on the screen, face to face has grace, meaning that when you're talking with someone face to face in English, even though maybe your English skills are weak, there's a lot of leadway in communication. The other person can ask questions. We have gestures. Things are in context. The topic is already known. And for this reason, as we're sharing and talking with people, they can begin to understand us quite easily. And this is because of the face-to-face interaction allows for question and answers and further understanding. The only main issue that we see with speaking, the one problem that we run into, especially in English, is pronunciation. So pronunciation, when speaking, is key. I still remember my own personal experience with my wife back in 2007, not long after we'd first gotten married. We decided we wanted to go and watch a film. We had seen the advertisements on the television. It was in the theater, and my wife is, telling me, "Hey, let's go watch this new film." I was like, "Okay, what's the name?" She tells me, Benjamin Bhutan. Now, having been in Jakarta for a while, I'm thinking to myself, Jamin, that's time, that's era. Bhutan, is it like rambutan? Are we talking about the age of the rambutan? What film is this? I'm confused. And the more she tried to explain it, the more confused I was. And finally, walking by one of the posters, she points it out to me. This is the one I'm talking about. Come to find out, the name, Benjamin Button. Pronunciation was totally backwards, and I didn't understand it at all. But it wasn't an issue of grammar, it wasn't an issue of structure, only an issue of pronunciation. So in learning English, if we're communicating, speaking to one another, one of the key aspects really is pronunciation. From there, you can begin to build. So the point is, using what English skills you have is a good start. Mistakes can be made, and others will still understand you. There's no need to be shy or refusing to communicate with others. The only thing is of course, to be careful of is to be professional. So practicing English is always a good thing. We just do our best to not make jokes or something that teases others that in the end will make us feel embarrassed, and possibly others might tease us for later also. So the key is use your English. Put it to usage. Find someone that you can talk to. Yeah. Take that time and use the language. Hopefully all of you are doing so. Hopefully you feel that you can make mistakes. Find some friends that you can make some mistakes with. And then from there, you will be able to have some good quality practice and begin to make some improvements. In looking at making improvements, we always push ourselves to make improvements. And to start with, there are some tips to help improving your fluency. So the first one is to set a goal. If we set our goal too high, maybe we might cause ourselves to lose motivation. So you should think about why you want to study English and what you want to achieve. For example, you might want to read a certain book in English or have a fluent conversation with a native speaker. When you've decided on what your goal is, you can then make smaller steps to reach it. So by having these reachable small aims, you can soon achieve your own goals, and this method will continue to help you to stay motivated. So setting goals, what is it that you can do now? What can you push yourself to move forward? What are some of the small steps that you can apply? Set yourself a time limit. Set yourself a way of how to achieve that. The next is find a routine. You should think about how long you can study for each day or week. Next, you can plan your time to create a routine. Whether you study for 30 minutes each day or 1 to 2 hours throughout the week, you will gradually improve your English. Try to find a routine that works for you. Quality and quantity go together. Obviously, the more time you spend, the more advancement you will make. The larger block of times, the better it is. The third here is to make mistakes. All learners and most native speakers also make mistakes in English. These errors can help you to learn and improve your English skills. So don't be embarrassed. Don't worry. You can ask the people you are talking to help you by identifying mistakes in your English, or you can record your conversation and listen to them and see what you can improve on. These corrections will make you better at using English in a natural way, looking at the vocabulary and the conversations that you're used to having, you can begin to make improvements. Don't feel bad. You can make a mistake. It's okay. People will accept it. Even, as I said before, native speakers, even myself, we make mistakes in the language. It's okay. Another aspect is to connect with the culture. Understanding English is easier if you can understand the culture of those who natively speak it. If you're particularly interested in British English, for example, you could learn about the culture and the history of the UK. You can also begin to follow some of the websites or groups from that area and begin to see some of the vocabulary that's special, looking at special phrases and idioms, even listening to some of the podcast or some of the news from that area to get an idea as to pronunciation. So it's always good to connect with the culture. Probably one aspect I promote most would be reading. Read, 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 and read some more. Reading really is the best way to improve English, your English skills as a whole. You don't only gain from it vocabulary, but also you'll find that your mind subconsciously learns the structure commonly used as you read. And of course, as it stores that in your mind, and later as you go to speak to someone on a similar topic, or maybe even the same topic, your mind has something to recollect. It has something to pull forward and for you to speak about, and you'll use the structure and the vocabulary that you've read before. Now, the nice thing on learning English is that the structure of English is always the same. It doesn't matter the book. Whether it's children's books or whether it's business books, structure in English is always the same. True, some are informal and some are formal, but you'll begin to see that it's an issue of vocabulary and whether it's passive or active voice. But again, as you continue to read and the more you practice, the clearer that will become. So if your level is low, if you're feeling, I hate reading this business book because I'm reading the dictionary more than I'm reading the book, no worries. Okay? If you have children, for example, you can sit down and read some books with your children in English, practicing going through. You'll see that it's teaching prepositions, it's teaching adjectives and sentence structure. There's a lot that you can gain from language just reading with your children. Or maybe you pick up a nice teen novel, something that the language is simple, it's not a complicated message, but a nice, easy flowing book. No worries, structure is the same, and you'll begin to learn more as you read it. Then, as you feel more confident, as you desire to learn more vocabulary, become more formal in your language, just start picking up some business books and begin to enjoy them. You'll find that you can do quite well. Next, documentaries, vlogs, and TED Talks. I find these are really good ways of learning pronunciation. As we said before, pronunciation is a key aspect when speaking face-to-face. So learning how to be sure that you can make the right pronunciation is you can begin to listen to native speakers talk and mimic them. So finding a good documentary. Documentaries really are the best. Despite sometimes being a bit boring, the standard of English is excellent. It's been put together well, and it's been chosen for a formal, informative information to be shared with the viewer. So looking at that, being to mimic that gives you a good standard of pronunciation and also, again, structure and vocabulary. TED Talks are also one that I like to promote. The reason being is they are professionals giving presentations, the one part that many of us are looking to learn and to become better at. You can see some of the key phrases, you can hear the pronunciation, and begin to improve in your presentation skills. Also, can be useful is looking at vlogs, basically video blogging. We can find them in podcast, we can find them YouTube and other areas with people sharing small, short content or even quite long content. The only thing that to pay attention with those is to try to find vloggers that have a good quality of English. Sometimes you'll find that even those making those content do make mistakes. Maybe they don't understand that they're making mistakes themselves. As we all know, even like here in Indonesia, just because they speak Indonesian, they're from Indonesia, doesn't mean that they can write a business report or make a presentation before a board of directors with proper grammar and structure also. So let's understand that there is a variation of level even within native speakers. So finding a good level, finding a good standard is important, which is why I look more towards documentaries and TED Talks. The other, as a general conclusion, let's just relax. Do your best to improve. Yeah. Strive hard. Work at what you're doing. Give it some time. Language takes time. So use the English you know. Practice with others. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. To improve your fluency, read, watch videos with a good standard of English. And if you feel it's necessary, take an English course to continue to improve your understanding and your skills. And also remember that native speakers don't expect non-native speakers to speak perfectly. Relax, do your best. The main point is to communicate, not to improve your fluency. Fluency comes with time. Okay. So in this part of the session, I would like to begin to look at a little bit, maybe of some of your fears, looking at grammar aspects. So let me switch here to my other part of the program, is looking at grammar in general. So when we look at the main tenses used in English, even though we see that there are many, really there are four tenses that we use most. And if we can begin to improve on these areas, I think you'll find that communication becomes a lot easier, and also you will find that you have more confidence in yourself and life goes smoother. So to start with, let me zoom out just a little bit here. Sorry. So we look at present simple as probably more than 40 to 50% of conversation or daily communication is in present simple. We also will be looking at present continuous, looking at present perfect, and looking at past simple. Between these four tenses, if you can work towards mastering these, you will really be moving towards fluency. So let's begin to look a bit at what they are and how they're used. So to start with, in present simple, Present simple is used to talk about routines, habits, facts, and permanent situations. This tense requires that the action or state has been done numerous times in the past and is planned to continually be done in the future. So again, a routine. A routine is not a routine if you haven't been doing it for more than 90 days. Yeah, psychologist says to make a routine or a habit, it must be longer than 90 days. So we're looking at history, but also something that we've done today. We're looking at something also that we plan to do tomorrow. So, of course, we always want to know, what is the formula? How do we write in this structure? So we see here, the first, if you're going to make a statement, whether it's positive or negative, we have the subject using verb 1, and then our object or predicate, the end of the sentence. If we're going to make a question, we use to be or do with subject plus verb 1, and then our object and predicate with it. Key phrases. These are some of the things that we find also in Indonesian. If you have a look, you'll find that we have words like always, sometimes, never, rarely, normal, often, or frequently. If you see or you're looking to use those words even in Indonesian, you are speaking with present simple. Yeah. So if you're thinking to yourself, how do I know to use present simple for this sentence? You can look at the key phrases. You can identify that, I would use this word in Indonesian. That's a key word for present simple. You can begin to use that. So let's look at some of the samples. Okay? So I'll share with you some sample sentences. Okay? So the first one, looking at, is, I wake up at 5 a.m. I wake up at 5 a.m. So if we were to look at this in terms of timeline, in a diagram, we would have past, we would have present, and we would have future. And knowing that, for example, this morning, you woke up at 5 a.m. Okay, today. We're going to draw it a little off center because obviously the morning is gone and you have already woke up or you wouldn't be here today. So technically today already counts in the past. Okay, but we also look at the fact that you did that yesterday. You did that 2 months ago. We can look at even back in 2019. Yeah, we have a yes for all of these. Also, we presume if someone were to ask next Monday, what time will you wake up? You would say, yeah, 5 a.m. So it never changes. It's something that we continue into the future, presuming that it would happen. And we see that there is a lot of times where we have done this in the past. So we have created a routine. We have created a habit. This is now the fact of our life. Yeah? We wake up at 5 a.m. Okay? Another statement. For example, looking at myself, I teach business English and general communication classes. Let me share that with you so we can look at it. We have, all right, I teach, meaning that I've done this in the past. Yeah, I have a record of having taught business English and general communication. Yeah. Or we could look at some of these others. I'll share a few all at once this time to begin to look at a bit more. Okay. Is looking at they eat salads regularly. So here we see the word regularly, meaning that there is a pattern behind it. So we see there's a clear pattern. If there's a clear pattern, then we know that we're looking at the present simple. You know, it becomes easy to identify. Or she lives in Jakarta. Obviously, we wouldn't say she lives in Jakarta if she just moved here today. She's been here maybe a few months, maybe she has been here a few years, and she plans to continue to live in Jakarta in the future, not looking to move. So she lives in Jakarta. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, right? It's a fact, it never changes. It's been that way since we have, as scientists, been checking the temperature that water boils at. It's a fact. It doesn't change. And it will be the same tomorrow and next year and further into the future. But what about questions? We ask questions trying to look at facts. Does the seminar start at 9 a.m.? Is the speaker from Indonesia? So here we go. Start is an action verb. Okay? Start is an action verb. Because it's an action verb, we're using does. So do, as we looked at before, it shows here, we're using either do or we're using to be, am, are, or is, with our subject and our verb or object, depending on which we have to talk about. So we're using do because start is an action. So does the seminar start at 9 a.m.? Then we are looking at the place from which the speaker comes from. It's not an action. It's just a fact. So because it's a fact we're looking at, we're connecting that with the speaker. We use is, yeah, the form of to be for he, she, or it. So is the speaker from Indonesia? Okay. So if you're looking at something with frequency, you know, routines, habits, facts, permanent situations, then we're going to be using present simple. Okay? We'll look a little bit later at putting that into use. We have a few forms that we would like to share with you in a bit, not now, obviously, to kind of give you a chance to show these skills. So keep it in mind. Yeah. Second, present continuous. Present continuous is used to talk about now, short-term actions, actions that are in progress, future actions, that preparation has been started. We can look a little bit at that. This tense truly focuses on the present and or near present. This tense can describe a one-time activity or a series of actions that occurs over a short period of time that is currently in action. So maybe it started 2 weeks ago, but it looks to be ending next week. That's short term and it's in progress. Maybe even working on it today, possibly tomorrow. We look at the formula. If we're making a statement, subject with to be and verbing with our object and predicate at the end. In the negative form, we just add not to the verb to be. If we're looking at questions, we put the verb to be, am, are, or is, before the subject, and then verb ing, and then the object and predicate. Key phrases that we use with the tense is at the moment, today, tonight, now, as we speak, this week, for example. Okay? We can even go as far to say this year. When we're looking at using present continuous, present continuous has a form in Indonesia. We do see the Indonesian language itself. To create this tense, we add one of two words, sedang or lagi. If we're adding those words into our verb phrase in Indonesian, then we are speaking present continuous in English. So it becomes an easy way to identify what form or what tense you need to discuss the time period. So let's look at a few samples. Okay, I share them with you. Okay. So a few samples that we have. I'm currently giving a seminar on the usage of English and the tips to learn English. We are joining a short workshop on telecommunications, for example. Or she is reviewing the report John gave her yesterday. Are we going to discuss how to practice more? Or are they going to share their success stories? Okay, so questions related with now or short term. So when we look at it on the timeline, again, past, present, and future, we begin to see it starts somewhere in the past, it will end somewhere in the future, and we're currently in the middle. So by looking at this, we see that it's continuous. It's not a finished, completed time, and it's not something that has a history before. So when we're looking before, we haven't done so, and we don't plan to continue that action again after it is completed. So this is what we use as the present continuous. We do use the present continuous, especially to talk about future actions, as I described before, of things that will happen. So, for example, they are going to Germany next week, for example. Okay? So if we're looking at this phrase, we think, well, have they really started it? Is it really in progress? Well, what does it take for us to go to Germany? Well, we need a passport. Without a passport, obviously, we cannot leave and fly to another country. A passport is going to take a week or two to process to be sure that we have it in time before our flight. And we also need our passport to book our tickets. And of course, if we're going to Germany, the best way to go is to fly. So we need tickets. Tickets, normally, if we purchase them 2 or 3 months in advance, have a better price. So we would begin to make sure that we have purchased it in advance. Yeah. Okay. Also, when you're going to Germany, we all like to eat. So we need food money. Yeah. Whether we want to think about it or not, yeah, maybe we need to prepare some money before we go. So overall, spending money. Yeah. Okay. Along with that, you're going to need luggage. Yeah. And for luggage, of course, we can't just use boxes. So that means that you're going to have to purchase a suitcase. And suitcases, as we can all see when we go to the store, are not that cheap. So again, we see that we have to invest in luggage. So let's say you have your luggage ready. You purchased tickets already 2 months ago. Your passport you got before you ordered the tickets. Spending money. Once you get your paycheck this week, you'll have enough. So when we look at it, we can see that this process of going to Germany for them already started 3 months ago. Started here when they made sure that they had their passport. The flight is next week. And of course, we're here at now. So we see that there is a short-term action that takes a number of weeks, a few months even, to accomplish. But because the tickets are purchased, because they have their passports, we know that it will happen. It's not just a guess. Preparation has been applied, and so they use the present continuous. They are going to Germany next week. This brings us to our next grammar point, which is present perfect. Yeah. Present perfect is used to talk about experiences and completed tasks. Note that time is not important or stated specifically. This tense truly focuses on the completion of an experience or task or not. So have you completed it or have you not completed it? Yeah. This tense does not give information regarding the exact time the experience happened or was finished. The general concept is from before until now. So we're basically taking and giving an update. From this point in time, looking back into the past, is has it been done or not? Yeah. So key phrases: already, not yet, or just, such as just now. Well, let me share with you a few sentences that we might use using present perfect. Okay, so what we would have would look like this. Okay, so I have never seen the Eiffel Tower. Okay, I've never seen the Eiffel Tower. Never had a chance to go to Paris. So, not yet. She just finished the report for tomorrow's meeting, meaning that she finished it just now, recently, today, possibly yesterday. But the report has been finished in a short period of time from this point now. I have walked from Ambassador Mall all the way to Grand Indonesia Mall before. So this person can check that off their list. Walking from Kuningan down to Grand Indonesia Mall. Something that they have achieved. You know? They have made a number of designs for the clients. When were they made? When did they put them together? How much time did it take? Is not stated. What is stated is that it is finished and they're ready to present to the client. Questions. Have you ever made a graph in Excel? So here we put the have first, which, because it's you, yeah, we use have rather than has. So have you ever made a graph in Excel? Question 4. Has she ever led a large team project? So we use this to look for experience. We look to see if the person has done something or not yet. Yeah? When time isn't the important factor. What is important is the knowledge that this has been achieved. This person has that experience. They are able to do a certain task because of that past experience. We use the present perfect. Okay. So, if we were looking at it on the timeline, we have past, present, future. The question is, starting sometime in the past until today. So, today is when we're looking. So we're looking basically in a way almost from today, looking back into the past to see if this action or this experience has happened. Yeah. Okay. This brings us to our last tense in looking at the main tenses for us to begin to be fluent at, to be able to use properly, would be past simple. Past simple is used to talk about a completed task in the past. This tense requires that the action or state was completed at a generally known time in the past. So time becomes a factor. So in general, this tense highlights that the time when the action took place is also important. Also, past simple becomes quite an easier tense to apply because we look at its subject with verb to and the object or predicate. We're not having to worry about whether we add s or don't add s. It's simply verb to. The only one that we're looking at there would be was or were, which was is looking at singular and were is plural. So anything two or more, automatically using were in the sentence. Questions. Question form, to be, which is was or were, and did as an option. If we're looking at a verb in the question, then of course we want to use did with the subject, and then we're using verb 1. The reason for using verb 1 is we've already used did, which is verb 2 on its own. So the tense goes to be or did before we begin placing our subject and predicate. So key phrases: yesterday, last week, 2 weeks ago, in 2008, in December, last quarter, or 2 days ago. Yeah. So these are the phrases that if you were to use them in Indonesian, would begin to tell you that we're using past simple. Yeah. So are you saying yesterday, or are you saying that it's always? You begin to ask yourself these questions on the key phrases, and you can begin to identify the correct phrase or grammar structure to begin to construct. So let's look at a few sample questions and sentences. Okay, so I put the report on your desk this morning. I put the report on your desk this morning. So this morning, meaning before now. It's something that is completed. It's now in the past. Yeah. The client called the clients to set up a meeting. So she's already done it. They were so loud, it woke the neighbors. So obviously at nighttime, They were quite loud, making a lot of noise, and they woke the neighbors. Question: did you play golf with the client last Sunday? We know that you had a schedule, but we want to know whether you completed it or not. Did she give an expense report to finance? Yeah. So she came back from her trip. It was a good business trip, but did she submit the expense report? Was she in the meeting on Friday? We had a meeting that I don't remember seeing her. Maybe you saw her. Was she there? We asked the question. We know the time period. Yeah? The event general time was already understood. So looking at the timeline, again, we look here. If we are to say, I put the report on your desk this morning. So here we are, this morning. It's not now, because now it's 10 o'clock. So the report was then put maybe 7 a.m. We can say that that was this morning. It's a time in the past, and it's only once. There is no report prior to, and that report won't be written again. So we can say it's once only, and it happened in the past. Okay? So this is the end of my short review looking at our usage of tenses. Again, as you begin to study and look through them, you'll find that it works similarly with using a program, for example. We need to know which one or what we're looking for. It begins to be almost like a drop-down menu where we can begin to say to ourselves, okay, I want to communicate a routine. Okay, routines mean present simple. Right? Looking at present simple, okay, who is our subject? Is it he, she, it? Is it I? Is it you, we, they? Which one is it? Okay, let's say it's he. So knowing that he, we're using the verb to be of is, or verb 1 plus s. Then you can begin to construct. Maybe at first it takes some time. Maybe you have to think about it quite a lot to start with. It's okay. It's just like when you purchase new software. You have to find where it's at. It takes you a while. But once you begin to use it and do the same action time and again, it begins to become faster and natural. Even to the end that you don't think about it, you just do it. And that's when you know you've begun to enter into fluency, is when it becomes something that you can do without a lot of thought, something that becomes natural. Okay? So for this, I think it's a good point for us to take a short break of about 15 minutes, maybe. I think that's okay. I'll hand it back over to our host for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Philip Very. Okay, all participants, do you completely understand about what have been delivered by Mr. Philip Very? Or is there any question from you, all participants? If you have any questions, please raise up your hands and Mr. Philip Very will give more explanations. Oke, ada Ibu Nur Rahmah dari Kemenak Kota Tangerang.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, thank you for the Apa ya? Iya, terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Saya sebenarnya cuma pengen, bukan pertanyaan. I want to ask some riddles for you, sir.
Okay.
Do you know about soto? Have you ever tried?
Have I ever tried soto?
Yeah.
I have. Yeah, I have. It's quite good.
Okay. And how about choto? Do you ever try choto, the traditional food from Makassar?
I'm not sure what that one is. You'll have to explain that one a bit more. What is that one?
I just want to ask you what the difference between soto and choto.
Oh, I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe you can share with us.
Soto is eaten by spoon.
Okay.
Soto is eaten by spoon.
Okay.
Do you understand, Philip?
I missed the last bit a bit.
Okay.
Soto is eaten by spoon.
Okay.
And choto is eaten by spoon.
Spoon. Okay. All
So
right.
the difference is just S and C.
S and C, yeah. The understanding of pronunciation, yeah. All right.
But actually, is it really different between soto and choto? Because in my opinion, soto comes from Jawa Tengah, but choto comes from Makassar. Is it correct, Ibu? Halo, Ibu Rohma.
Yes, soto from Makassar. It's usually eaten by apa ya? Buras.
Not cepun.
Not cepun. Not cepun. CPU. Double O and M.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Thank you very much for your question. It's very confusing. Okay, next question.
Okay. Is Winda. Go ahead.
Oke, Ibu Winda, silakan.
Yeah. No, please unmute my another account, please.
Okay, she's asking for us to unmute her other account. Okay, there we go. Go
Can
ahead.
you hear my voice
Sure can. Go ahead.
clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Phillips.
Hello.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you to BPSDM for organizing this event and led us from various government office to join this event. And this is a really nice opportunity to us to learn English. And actually, my English is not so good, but saya memberanikan myself to speak English today, and I'm sure that you can understand because you told us that you have stayed in Indonesia for about 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Mr. Phillips, I've seen your presentation material just now, and it was interesting. And but I have 3 questions for you.
Okay.
First, actually, the problem for me and maybe for most of us in this event, we have no opportunity to practice our English because we already study English since junior high school maybe and senior high school at a university, but now we have no opportunity to practice. Maybe some of the government office has that opportunity, but myself at Universitas Pajajaran, actually we don't have the opportunity to practice our English in a common or daily conversation. So that was the big not mistake, but the big problems why we never use our English. And I hope that with this event, it not just to encourage the civil servant like us, but I hope that the leader in our office has the program to use English, maybe have an English day or something like that. So we have the chance to increase and practice our English. A few years ago, I went to kantor Wali Kota Bandung, and I was quite surprised that they speak English, and with the leader trigger the staff, so they speak English in a daily conversation, even mixed with Bahasa. But at least they have a trigger to speak to practice the English, and that was great, I think. And I hope that our leader in our government office, in our instansi, also menerapkan hal tersebut gitu. Sorry for mixed with bahasa, Mr. Philip.
It's okay.
Okay. And the second question, just now you explained about the grammar. So I want to ask you, which one is most important, learning grammar or learning vocabulary? Okay. And can I continue my question? Okay. And the third question is, as we know that there are two styles, correct me if I'm wrong, in English, British English and American English. And which one is the most used in a common or daily conversation in a worldwide? Which one is common use, American or British English? And is it okay if we mix two or both of them in our daily conversation? Okay, I think that's enough for my question, and thank you for the committee.
Okay, thank you. To look at that, I'll answer, I think, your third one first before your second question, just because it's a bit easier. Looking at the standards of English, like you said, there's a standard of British English and a standard of American English. And both of them are good samples. If we look at study the structure, the vocab, the general usage in business, they're great standards. Which one is used most? That's a hard one to kind of pick between. A lot of business studies, a lot of business modules are coming out of universities in the United States. And a lot of the books written by those professors and other entrepreneurs obviously are using American English. So we do see a lot of usage, especially in business, with American English. But having said that, we know from history that the United Kingdom really has explored the world. They've had colonies around the world: Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, South Africa, all over the world. They've made their imprint on the world with their language. So I don't know if we were to compare population around the world that have been influenced by British English, I would say they probably are more than American English. So which one is better? I couldn't tell you if there was one or another. It's like picking between Honda or Toyota. Which one do you want? They're both good. But the key would be is to select one and make it your focus. So if you like to spell color with U and you're spelling favorite with U and civilization with S, then by all means follow the British standard, which also means that when you're using the present perfect, for example, instead of have been, have you ever been, it would be have you ever been. So pronunciation also changes a bit in some significant words, and some of the vocabulary becomes different with that. For example, the British English uses the word biscuit. In American, we use two words for that word. We have cookie, which is sweet, and we have cracker, which is savory. However, in the British, biscuit means both. So you kind of have to ask, is it sweet or is it savory? Yeah. So in looking at that, it's a matter of picking what's comfortable for you or what you're familiar with and just moving forward. Structure-wise, it's the same. Grammar-wise also. So, I mean, the only real differences are vocabularies and pronunciation. Yeah. Looking at your second question, asking about which tenses, yeah, to maximize on. Is that correct, Ms. Whitty, in your second question?
Which is more important, learning grammar or learning vocabulary first?
Okay. Grammar versus vocabulary. They work hand in hand. Yeah. It's like which one is more important to eat soup, the bowl or the spoon? Maybe we could eat soup just from the bowl, no need for the spoon, but it can be a bit embarrassing. Yeah. If we only have the spoon, obviously, then yeah, not much we can eat because there's nothing holding the soup. Yeah. So grammar and vocab always work together. It's good to continue to increase vocabulary, but myself personally, I don't necessarily push high vocabulary. It's okay to speak with simple words that are common. The push that I see in many areas where they're pushing you to learn higher vocab, to increase your vocabulary level, it's nice when looking towards fluency, but to begin with, it becomes a burden. You know? Simple vocabulary is okay. Simple structure to start with and vocabulary together makes for nice conversation. So really they work together. You know? Yeah, they really work together. And I would agree with you that it would be nice if all of you have a time, sponsored whether in the office or by your social groups, to continue to use English. You know? The more you use it, the better it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
By the way, Philip, before we continue to the next questions, there are some participants want to know about your batik.
Yeah.
They think you are wearing batik corporate.
Okay.
Okay, could you tell us a bit about your batik today?
As to the name of the batik pattern, I'm not really familiar because I haven't really learned the origins of some of the patterns. But I have done an interesting study in some of the influence of design patterns in Indonesia, as I have a background in design technology and illustration. Also, I find it quite interesting to see where the patterns originated from. So, as we can see in this one, there's the orchid flower that's represented on the shirt. If we really follow it back, it comes back to the throne of Vashti through Hindu. So we see some of that coming into the culture in Indonesia, and we can see these in different patterns. I picked this one today mainly as it's colorful. It was a gift that was given to me, and yeah, I like the patterns and the color from it. So that's what I know. in terms of the Bible.
Okay. Now we continue to the next question from Ibu Febrina Maulida.
Okay.
Ibu Febrina Maulida. Silakan Ibu.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's Febrina Maulidia. Yeah. I come from West Sumatra, general elections of West Sumatra. So I have some questions for Mr. Philip.
Okay.
I have learned English, yeah. As the moderator said, we have learned English like since in elementary school until university, but still there is still this kind of feeling like we are afraid to talk English because we are afraid to make mistakes. And especially when it comes to tenses. For me, it is still the biggest problem learning languages. Like in English, we know that there are about 12 basic tenses, right?
Yeah.
12 basic tenses, and that is it's okay with the like present simple, continuous. It's okay, but when it comes to these tenses with perfect, like present perfect, perfect continuous, or past perfect, I'm still very confusing with these tenses. How to differentiate it, like with past continuous, past perfect. Then there is also future perfect and future perfect continuous. I hope in this seminar or this training, I can get more understanding about these tenses from you, Mr. Philip, or the other trainers. And one other question is, I wonder if you come from Germany? Because you gave us this example about going to Germany. So I'm wondering, where do you come from?
Okay, good question. Originally,
because
actually,
I got this opportunity.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering because I got this opportunity. I got a scholarship, so I lived in Germany like for 2.5 years. So I just wonder because you give this example of Germany. Okay, maybe that's my questions. Thank you very much.
So to start with, the easy answer is I'm from the United States. Although my heritage originally actually is Scottish, hence some of the red in my beard.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm from the United States, and I've been here 15 years. And so yeah, not from Germany. Just I don't know, a country that came to mind. I was thinking Singapore, but that's too common. So Germany will be our sample for today. But maybe it's somewhere we want to go again, yeah? Looking at the main concern that you were looking at is the grammar areas, yeah? Each grammar point has added information to talk about time and to talk about key information. So the perfect tenses, whether it's present perfect, past perfect, or future perfect, are looking at having completed an experience. So let's say, for example, going to Germany, or whether the experience is riding a bicycle, having made a presentation. These experiences, we want to know whether you have done them or not. And that's the focus of the perfect tenses. So in present perfect, we want to know until now, yeah? Or as we'd say in my broken Bahasa, sampai sekarang, right? We're wanting to know that time. So looking into the past until now is present perfect, yeah? So have you ever ridden a bicycle? You think to yourself, well, yesterday, no, but I have in the past. So yes, I have, right? If we're using the past perfect, then what we're trying to do is, let's say, for example, had you ever given a presentation before high school? Yeah. had you ever given a presentation before high school? So in junior high, did you have the chance to make a presentation? If you have, then you would say, yes, I had, right? Because we're looking at high school as the point that we're stopping at, and then we're looking further into the past before that in the past perfect. Yeah, so from before until then, yeah, is the past perfect. Future, again, we're looking at a time period in the future. So let's say 2025, yeah. We're going to say that we have done something before then, yeah. I will have graduated by 2025, yeah. So looking at 2025 in the future and looking back towards now, will this experience happen or not? Yeah, that's the focus of the perfect tenses. So stopping at that point in time and making an update report. Already or not yet? Okay. I think with the tenses that I've shared with you today specifically, these four main tenses you will find will put together 75% of daily conversation and correspondence. So if you focus on these four first, become good at them, I think you'll find that the others will slowly join in and you'll feel a lot more confident. Yeah. Okay?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
That's really clear.
Okay. Another questions? Mr. Lutfi, could you please help us to pick one person who already raised the hand? Okay, another questions? Okay, Demika from Jember.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Philip. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I just tried to learn English. So I interested about this program. Thank you to Mr. Philip and the Batik. So you lose it. Okay, simple. I ask you, I know you try to explain about your tenses as simple as you can to understand to me. But I still have difficulty to understand about different tenses. Maybe my question is same about question before, but
okay.
I just want to know, or maybe you can give us advice about how to learn the tenses effectively, or trick to learn about, so we can try, or we can speak, or we can do something about English test or writing, because I still difficult to meaning translate about translate.
Okay.
Because if I learn about English, since I SMP, high school until faculty, I still confused about past tense, grammar. So sometimes if I do something work about English, about test for work, it's getting worse or getting difficult to answering. So maybe you can give me some simple way to learn how.
Okay.
So at my 15 years old, I can learn as fast as I can. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Philip.
welcome. You're welcome. Grammar is one of those aspects in English that the differences in grammar give a little bit extra information about what we're trying to communicate. So if we were to say run as a verb, yeah, we want to know when or how much, right? So for example, I run 3 kilometers a week, let's say, okay? So that means that every week I do this activity. That's what I communicate with the present simple, because it is a routine. It's a habit, yeah? But if I talk about run yesterday, yeah, then I'm using the past simple, right? I ran 3 kilometers yesterday. So it just helps to clarify that it happened in the past, and it's once, and it's done, right? So I use the past simple to say something that happened in the past, it's finished. Or I talk about something I'm doing now. Let's say someone calls me on the phone, and I'm currently on the street with run, yeah? So I'm running, yeah, for my exercise today, yeah? So I am running, meaning that it's happening now, it's in progress, yeah? So I communicate in progress. I communicate now by saying the present continuous, yeah? Or if I say, if someone wants to know my experience, have you ever walked 10 kilometers? So now we're talking about a experience. Yes, I have, or no, I haven't. So talk about something that has been done in the past. Now, maybe to help you put it in connection, and again, forgive me for my Bahasa skills. I'm still learning also Bahasa myself. If I'm looking at present simple, okay, present simple routines, yeah, we have frequency words. So present simple is linked with selalu, yeah, kadang-kadang, biasanya, right? Setiap minggu. Those kind of phrases are already linked with the present simple. If we're looking at present continuous, yeah, lagi makan, right, is eating, yeah, sedang di luar, he is going out from the office at the moment, right? Or we're saying sedang jalan, right, he's traveling to Bandung, right? So is traveling. So we can see the connection between the continuous with phrases like sedang or lagi. Yeah? If we're looking at the past simple is looking at the phrases of time in the past. Kemarin, minggu lalu, yeah, tahun lalu. So when we're starting to put those past time phrases in our sentences in Bahasa, Indonesia, then we can identify, oh, that's past simple. And of course, our favorite question that we like to ask our friends in Indonesia, udah makan belum, right? So in that one, we're using present perfect. Sudah, belum, right? Already, not yet. Yeah? So by identifying some of these key words, we can begin to know which grammar we're using. And it just adds some extra information and makes the communication clearer. Yeah. hopefully that answers your question.
Oke.
Thank you, Mr.
Oke, sebelum kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya, mohon izin Ibu Silvani, bagaimana untuk seremoni pembukaan kegiatan ini, Ibu?
Silakan dilanjut aja.
Oke, baik Ibu, terima kasih Ibu.
Pada pengumuman lebih lanjut, silakan.
Oke, selanjutnya Ibu Lindiawati dari Unpad ya.
Okay, hello everyone. Could you hear my voice? Could you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hi, Lindia here, and I'm from Bandung, from Universitas Pajajaran, same as Miss Winda earlier. Thank you for the committee for carrying out this workshop. 2 thumbs up, and thank you for Mr. Phillips for the presentation. Really encouraging me and also other participants, I think, to never forget this global language. Okay, I think everyone here would agree that most of the participants here are lacking of practice in English. Well, at least me. I mean, I've been promoted to a new job a year and a half ago, or almost. And since then, I hardly, if not saying, almost never use the English for work now. So I'm afraid my written and spoken English capability will lessen and lessen, and almost forgotten to use it. And look at me now. I mean, my tongue always, I mean, I feel it tied up. Hardly, my mind is working, speaking, but to speak it out, it's very hard. You know, like what you're saying, Pabalyut in Sundanese. I'm a Sundanese. Okay, so what I'd like to ask here, especially to the committee, is there any chance to extend this workshop regularly? I mean, making it continuing the program, maybe for different groups of levels, since the English capabilities participants here are very, so maybe as, for Mr. Phillips as our tutor here or our teachers here. Thank you, and be happy and stay healthy, everyone. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Amen. Yeah, definitely true. In any language, not just English. Yeah, if we don't use it, we lose it. But I do find, however, it's a unique aspect in, at least I've seen it here in Jakarta. I don't know about the other provinces. But many people trying to practice English either at the office or in public with their friends tend to find 2 things happen. One is it's accepted well and people can continue to practice. Or what normally tends to happen, as I've seen, is they get to be bullied a bit for being full of pride in trying to show off their level of English. So what happens is they're trying to practice, they're being sincere, they want to use the language, and other people then try to make them feel bad for having used it. And it's a cultural thing that needs to be addressed. Yeah, we shouldn't be embarrassed to use English, whether it's good or whether it's bad. The point is, put it to use first. Then, as you go along, you can begin to build on it. Otherwise, you know, like you say, you lose it, and it becomes something lost. It would be good if we were to accept the practice that I used to see before the pandemic so frequently on Friday mornings, as everyone standing in the parking lot out in front of the building with the music blasting, doing exercise. And, you know, for myself, I used to watch people doing the exercise in front of the building on Friday morning and think to myself, how can they do that and not feel embarrassed? But it's common culture and people do it and they don't think about that cars are going by, people may be watching me and laughing at me, but they just do it, yeah? The point is to get out there, joget, right? But what about our English? Are we willing to just throw it out there and try? Or are we, as a group, too embarrassed to move forward? So we have to change that culture, I agree. We need to become less worried about our English and more interested in using it. Similar with Singapore. If we actually consider and look at it, many people there are still needing greater fluency in English. But because they use it every day, they do it without thinking about it, we think they're more fluent than we are. But in reality, I've seen a lot of people in Indonesia who have really good English, but because of lack of practice, like yourself, they lose confidence and then lose their skills. So I would agree with you. We need to move forward in making it common practice and to not be embarrassed by it. Definitely.
Okay. Is that clear enough, Ibu?
And okay, and for the committee, is there any chance to make it this program continuously, probably with different level of groups, as and for the Mr. Pilibwari to lead the continuing program, probably?
Untuk ini mungkin yang bisa menjawab dari BPSDM Kemendagri ya Ibu ya.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oke, sama-sama Ibu. Oke, selanjutnya ada Awang DP dari Badan Standarisasi Nasional.
Awang, are you with us? Please feel free.
Awang? Okay, before answering the question from Awang Phillips, there are some participants want to know how to increase their confidence level in speaking English. Do you have tricks or tips for them?
Well, basically, we look back to the tips and tricks that I shared with before. Part of it is psychological. It's about us letting go and accepting that it's okay to make mistakes.
Yes.
It's about scheduling a time to be honest with ourselves. It's just like exercise, yeah? We have to put it in our schedule. We have to choose when we do it. The other thing, one of the easiest ways to build your language skills, which obviously will increase your confidence, is through reading. So what I would really look at is find a friend, maybe even do some pen pals or talking to people on the internet, and just talk. Don't worry about making mistakes. It's okay. And continue to read more and more. You know?
Okay. And there's also a question from one of the participants. He or she wants to know, what if we talk English, but actually it is not English? Just like Singlish, for example. Is that okay, Phillips?
Well, to begin with, yeah, it's not a big issue. And again, we come back to what is the focus. Is the focus to communicate, or is the focus to be super fluent in English? And they're not always the same goal, yeah? Singlish, obviously, we call it Singlish because it's not a normal standard of English on its own. And because of that, it's been given a different title. But they use it, and for the most part, people can communicate with them clearly and to do business. Yeah. So, yeah, starting there is a good point. Moving forward from there, a mixture of Indonesian and English, and then starting to use more and more English. Why not? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Phillips. Now, next question from Abadianto. He is from LPSK. Okay, please, Pak Abadianto.
Okay, Phillips, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's talk about tips and tricks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How to use the structure and grammar correction in Microsoft Word. Do you have any tips and tricks how to use it correctly? Thank you.
Okay. Good question. And it is something that, yeah, technology is there. We can see that it's built into things like Microsoft Word, for example. And if we go in and set our computer, because it's not done through Microsoft Word itself, it's actually beginning to be set through the computer itself, to set your language, for example, as English United States or English UK, setting it also in your Microsoft Word, and then starting a document, you need to make sure that that document has that review parameters, because sometimes we open a document that's been made before and it has a different dictionary setting to that document. So if you're wanting to make sure that the grammar and structure tools that are built into the software, you need to be sure that that document obviously is set to that language. And like we spoke before, as was brought up, the two main standards of English are going to be English UK or English US. Those are the standards that we use academically. So you'll find that the phrases and the vocabulary are matching along with the structure. So yeah, I would agree with you. It's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to apply. However, sometimes all the rules and the extra parts of English are not always programmed into the software. And there are occasions, especially with myself, when I'm writing more complex documents and sentences, that the software and I disagree. Yeah, it does happen from time to time that what it's trying to tell you grammatically, actually they're saying this is wrong, please change it. Doesn't actually need to be changed, but in those cases, if you're not sure, it's always good to do a quick check online, and most of the time you can find that what you're doing is correct or not, and you can tell Microsoft Word to ignore always. It does happen, and it is necessary from time to time. I agree. It's not faultless, but it is a good place to start to make sure that structure is quite normal, the verbs are matching with your nouns, is quite accurate in Word. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bagaimana Pak Abadianto? Sudah cukup Pak Abadianto? Sudah cukup jelas ya?
Yeah, sometimes we have to use our grammatical structure theory more than the application, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oke. Selanjutnya Pak Lutfi atau Mas Bukhari bisa lanjut ke yang melambaikan tangan. Ada dua yang melambaikan tangan. Pak Awang, apakah sudah siap dengan pertanyaannya?
Okay, I'm ready.
Oke, silakan.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Sorry, last minute I'm away from my keyboard. I am Awang, Public Relation from BSN. I want to ask you how to improve our confidence when we speak with native, and sometimes I feel nervous when speak with native. Is there any tips?
Okay, tips on how to overcome nervousness with speaking with native speakers, yeah? I think there's two tips I could share. First thing is, find a time and a place that you can talk with a native speaker that's not in a rush. I see from time to time as I go about Jakarta where people want to talk with me, but the time really isn't appropriate. Yeah, they see me on the street, they want to stop me. I'm not really interested to speak and talk with someone while I'm trying to get somewhere. Or maybe I'm in the middle of a book at a cafe. I don't really want to be interrupted in my book. But if you get an opportunity that time is available for both people, the native speaker and yourself, it becomes a key time to be able to practice, yeah? Because they're not in a rush, you're not in a rush, and so the stress level should start at 0, yeah? Now, if we're in a rush and we're on the street, oh my gosh, I need to say something, but I don't know what to say, suddenly the nervous level jumps very high, yeah? And it's because of situation. The second part is, understand that native speakers, when seeing native Indonesians, already have a concept that you're not a native speaker and you will make mistakes, and that's okay. The point is that you're trying to communicate with me in a language that I presume you don't know very well. So if you can speak well in English, wow, you have impressed me, yeah? So relax, take your time, and know that we expect mistakes. But because, again, it's face-to-face, like I said before, face-to-face is grace, because when we're speaking face-to-face, if I don't understand, I can ask a question. I can interrupt. I can say, I don't quite get you there. Could you repeat that? What do you mean? When did it happen? Who? Right? I can ask these questions, and it's okay. Yeah? I've got time, you've got time, and we're just communicating. So if we put those into practice, we shouldn't be as nervous. Yeah? But again, it's about allowing yourself to make mistakes. If you, as we'd say, ijin dulu, right? Allow yourself to make those mistakes. It's okay. It doesn't mean you have to make them. Yeah, you don't have to make mistakes, but just let yourself make mistakes first. And that way, if they happen, so what? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Philip. It's helped me a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oke, terima kasih. Selanjutnya, there is Ibu Yuyu from Disparbud, Jawa Barat. Okay, please, Ibu.
Siap, Pak Chef. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mr. Philip. I want to ask something about how to improve my listening in this language. Because like this in English class, I think I can understand what you delivered or what how people talk. But when I watch a movie, maybe only just 50% I can understand the talking. So I want you to let me know how to improve my listening, especially actually I have listening a lot of songs, so and I can understand the songs, but in watching movie maybe it's too faster for me. I cannot catch the words rightly.
Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Philip.
You're welcome. Yeah, when we're looking at listening skills, yeah, there are a few factors that we need to take into consideration. One factor is what standard of English is it? Yeah. When we're watching films, for example, The Blind Side, an old film about American football. The film takes place in the province or state of Tennessee. They have a very specific accent. They have specific phrases and idioms that they use. If you're not familiar with those, it will be confusing. But if we're watching something on Business English, it's a common vocabulary, there are common phrases, common idioms. The topic is also something that we're familiar with. It makes it easier for us to understand. We also look at, for example, inner city. Inner city, really, when we look at the language of inner city portrayed in most movies, is not a good standard of English at all. Yeah, the language, the words used, the structure actually is quite broken. If we were to say it's horrible English, but the movie is doing that to give a greater understanding and feel for that era or that place. Yeah. So, for example, if we were looking at a group of people getting together back in the 90s in the U.S., you would very frequently hear people say, "Yo, what's up?" Right? Which, if we were to translate that into business English, is, "Hello, how are you?" Right? Phrases are different, but also the feeling is different, and we lose some of that. So some of that you have to kind of bear with it. In your listening skills, watch the same movie more than once. Repeat sections so that you can begin to hear them. If you have an original version, most of the time the subtitles are also original. You can look through those, but I notice that a lot of subtitles that I find here in films that we watch here and also on the internet, that they're not word for word of what's actually being said. Some of the subtitles have a lot of errors. So going back to that, it's about listening more and more and trying to follow along. Practice makes perfect on that one, yeah? It's okay to watch a film 5 times. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Ibu. Thank you, Philip, for your explanation. So before we continue to the next questions, we are gonna have a little break for around 15 minutes. Now it is 2 minutes to 11 a.m. and we are gonna take a break for 15 minutes. We will continue at 11:15 and then we continue until lunch at 12. And then for the next session will be started by the opening ceremony at 1:30 p.m. Okay, please take a break for 15 minutes and we are gonna be back here again at 11:15. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Bapak Ibu semua.
You're welcome.
See you soon.
Halo Bapak dan Ibu, sambil menunggu kita waktu break, kami ada menyiapkan quizzes untuk sesi kita pada pagi hari ini yang akan dibawakan oleh Mr. Putra. Please, Mr. Putra, can you give us the kind of game for our quizzes today? Santai saja Bapak Ibu, bagi yang mau minum dulu, coffee break dulu, it's okay. Yang mau juga join ke ice break kita, yuk kita bisa sama-sama. Silakan Pak Putra.
Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita akan coba nyanyi bareng ya. Nyanyi bareng ini biar fun. Nanti setelah nyanyi, so we are going to learn, we will test by quizzes. Nanti dites dengan quizzes. Jadi di situ akan ada, kita akan belajar readingnya, ya, speakingnya ketika kita nyanyi, kemudian listeningnya ya tentang ketika nyanyi juga. Tentu, dan writingnya ketika quizzes ya. Nanti kita nyanyi bareng dulu. Setelah nyanyi, Bapak Ibu akan coba untuk menghafalkan ya, to memorize the lyric of the song, and then we will do the quizzes seperti itu. Lagunya, bentar.
Oke,
ada masukan Bapak Ibu, lagunya apa nih?
Pak Putra sambil menunggu nih, nah supaya kita gamesnya lebih menarik, bagi 3 orang yang beruntung nanti mengikuti kuis ini akan diberikan hadiah oleh ketua penyelenggara kita, oh bukan, oleh BPS dan Kemendagri, voucher GoPay ya Bapak Ibu ya.
Yang lagu baru itu loh.
Nilainya sangat menarik dan fantastis ya. Jadi lumayan lah kalau mau beli GoFood ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ayo, siapa? 3 orang yang beruntung yang bisa mengikuti kuis dari Pak Putra, kita akan berikan voucher GoPay dengan nilai yang sangat menarik. Oh, lebih dari itu dong. Oke. Silakan Pak Putra, goyangkan Pak Putra.
Lagunya apa nih?
Yang ada ya.
I'm yours ya, boleh ya, I'm yours. Bisa ini co-host ya?
3 orang lagi. Sini bisa, udah. Ya itu kalau mau itu lagunya. Moodnya di dulu.
Iya udah.
Masih mood kita itu.
Bukan ininya dulu, harus share screen.
Well, you done me, you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. If before the cool done run out, I'll be
questions dealing with experience. Have you ever been to Germany, for example, or have you ever been to Tennessee in the United States? These are the main questions that we tend to ask in daily conversation when meeting with other people. So I would like to challenge all of you to take time now until our break at 12:30, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, our time for this morning, to feel free to raise your hand, to ask some questions, or to share something with us as a means of practicing what we've looked at today. So with that, I'd like to open it up to those of you that are joining today to feel free to ask some questions to me about English, entirely up to you. Feel free.
Oke, ada Ibu Mia Damayanti dari BPSDM Jawa Barat.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. My name is Mia Damayanti from BPSDM Jawa Barat. Thank you for the material online training. It's quite great. And I think my problem is the same with others, that when we try to practice our English, it's not easy for us to find a partner in our office. But we have so many hours in our life, in office. Yeah, some of my friends love to practicing English, but their level is lower than me, so that's quite not easy for me to upgrade my English. And then another thing that I try to train my accent, the pronunciation, and because I ever been living in Australia for a couple of years, I'm quite interested with Australian accent, but many of Indonesian difficult to understand that accent. Actually, I like to practice like British accent and American too. Do you have any suggestion? What kind of accent that quite good for Indonesian to be imitate? Yeah, to make our English more interest for us, more fun for us to practice it. Because when we talk English in our accents, sometimes when we hear our own voice, it's quite funny. Yeah, Sundanese accent in our English sometimes is come up, and that's why when we talk with foreigner, not easy for them to understand our English. So which one is good in your opinion? Australian, British, or American? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, going back to the Australian accent, actually, I think you'll find that many people around the world, not just Indonesians, find it difficult to understand their accents in general. However, if we look back in time, Australian actually is an extension of British English. Yeah, so we always come back to the main standards of either British or American as a standard for studying English. And if you'll notice, the materials that you find also in Australia will be British materials also. Yes. So they also attempt to follow the British standard to the most part. But again, every area around the world is unique in terms of accent, in terms of vocabulary. And the US also is quite unique when you begin to look at different areas around the countryside. And I would dare to say there are many people, if they were to speak with you today, that you also would be confused.
Yes.
I grew up in the southeastern part of the United States, and our accent, or twang as we call it, can be quite unique. When I was living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it was also very unique to learn their language, if you want to call it that, because it was very different. And I would agree with you that learning English locally here in Indonesia, that many of the accents are, you know, a continuation from the local dialect accent also. So you've got this Sundanese English, you've got the Bataknese English, and a few others. And the pronunciation does become a bit difficult to understand. I agree.
Confusing.
Yes. It reminds me on my first day to Indonesia back in December of 2005. They brought me into the office on the first day, if you can imagine, a 36-hour flight from the US to Indonesia, landed, got brought into the office at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they wanted to debrief me. And they asked the secretary to debrief me. And grammar and structure was okay, but pronunciation was very unique. And I asked the person that was with me, I'm sorry, I don't understand Indonesian. Could you translate for me? And the person's response was, that is English. And I was like, well, I don't understand it, you know.
Because of the pronunciation.
Because of the pronunciation.
And the dialect. Yeah.
And the dialect. So, yeah, it's good if we try to mimic or to listen to native speakers from England or from the United States. Again, going back to either documentaries or TED Talks, things like that.
Yes.
Is a good place for us to practice, to mimic. Yeah. Probably one of the most difficult parts of English is pronunciation. And the reason is we have 26 letters, but we have 56 sounds. Yeah. Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, only has 28 sounds. Yeah. So you have some like NG that makes it its own sound. But in English, we have so many of them that there are 56 sounds to learn. And if we go back and look at the origin of English, English originally was a family language with German. So that's why we have words like good morning.
Yeah.
If you listen to the German, Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen, right? So we have these similarities between the two languages. But as we know in history, there was a 100-year war between England and France.
French.
And every time France won, they put someone in the government court in England. And when they did that, of course, with their pride, we're French, we won, they started to speak French in England. So some of the words that we have in English today come from the French. Yeah. So we took an original Germanic language and we started adding a bit of French in, like the word desire, for example, instead of want, which is the Old English, or judge instead of doom. And so we start seeing these French words coming in with French pronunciation. We have the Old English with the Old English pronunciation. And then during William Shakespeare's time, we started to add Latin. The words like provide, for example, come from the Latin. And so we started to take some of the pronunciation of those words from the Latin. So basically it's like three languages kind of blended into one for modern English, which means that each word has to be learned one by one.
Yes.
It's not phonetic like we would see Indonesian, that just read the letters, it doesn't matter where it comes from, it'll always sound the same. We're not so fortunate in English, and that does make it difficult. Yeah. So learning the words one by one will help in better pronunciation. Finding a good British or American standard pronunciation is also helpful. But going back to also the practice, yeah. If you're in a group that your English is better than the others, yeah, teach them some English. They say the best way to learn something is to teach it. So if you feel that you're in a group that maybe is lower than you, yeah, maybe you can spend some time teaching them, and that will also help you to improve your language. The more practice, the better.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Terima kasih Ibu. Selanjutnya ada Bapak atau Ibu yang lain yang ingin bertanya atau ingin menyampaikan ide, pendapat, gagasannya. Oke, Ibu Dede Heriani from DKP Jawa Barat. Okay, please Ibu Dede.
Ask to Mr. Phillips. If I heard Mr. Phillips say talk, you talk in English more slower than I used to listen to a movie or a song. You talk slower, so I can catch what you said. But if I listen to a movie, watch a movie or listen to a song, they talk faster, so I cannot catch what they said. And in my field of job, the language is so technical and so khusus, so I can talk correctly and more smooth, because it's a difficult language and not a regular. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. A good point made. I have tried to slow down my speech, obviously, since I've been working as a language trainer. And a lot of native speakers do speak much faster. It is an issue for those of us that are not familiar with that speed. I feel the same sometimes when trying to speak with others in Indonesian. They speak with very fast speed, or maybe in an accent that I'm not familiar, or vocabulary that I don't know. So I know the feeling. Just keep doing your best, continue to try, and knowing that you've got some specific vocabulary in your expertise, it's always good to focus on that so that you can improve that and help you with your general conversations and those kind of things on a daily basis. Yep. So best of luck.
Cukup jelas ya Ibu Dede ya?
Ya, oke, thank you.
Tetap semangat Ibu.
Ya, nuhun.
Oke, selanjutnya ada Ibu atau Bapak siapa lagi yang ingin bertanya?
Regular daily questions is also okay. No worries. Let's just practice.
Oke. Yang mau bertanya hal apapun dipersilakan. Okay, Phillips, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself. For example, what your hobby, what your favorite food in Indonesia, and then anything you want to say about yourself to make us closer.
Well, or maybe there are some out there that would like to ask those questions. I'm more than happy to answer them. But since you started with hobbies, I'll answer that one. Yeah. My personal hobbies are drawing, painting, sculpting. I like writing, like for short stories, things like that. I also enjoy photography, one of my favorites. And let's see, also like horseback riding, but it's been a while since I've had the chance, yeah.
Okay. What about durian? Have you ever eaten durian?
I have, and my favorite is from Medan area.
Okay.
So I do like it, I do enjoy it, but it's got to be ripe and sweet, yeah.
Oke, Bapak Ibu, ada hal-hal lain yang ingin dipertanyakan kepada Philips, dipersilakan. Oke, ada Ibu Yulia dari BPSDM Jawa Barat.
Hello, Sir Philip.
Hello.
My name is Yulia. I'm from BPSDM Provinsi Jawa Barat. My question is how to reduce my this is my personal anxiety for speaking in English in public or at my work, especially. How to reduce my anxiety for speaking in English? Thank you.
Okay, good question. Talking about anxiety, yeah. We always think that public speakers don't get anxious, yeah. But if you actually were to take a poll, they say that more than 50% of all public speakers still get anxious. So anxiety sometimes never really goes away. It's just part of our nature. But I think a big issue behind speaking in English, and the reason why many become anxious and nervous to speak it, is the fear of making mistakes. Yeah, it's okay to make mistakes. I make mistakes. If you probably go back and check what I've shared with you today, I've probably made at least 4, maybe more, in the last couple hours. We're human, yeah. Error is common. Just relax, do your best. Understand that we don't expect perfection. As a non-native speaker, it's okay. With that mindset to start with, I think you can begin to be less nervous. Yeah.
Yeah, as you said before, that we don't be afraid to improving our speaking, and don't be afraid to make a mistakes. It's a bit hard, yeah, for me, especially because the distraction from the society sedikit a bit apa ya kayak because my speaking is bad than my right skill, so I'm not confident for that. So how to reduce that improving my confidence for speaking in English?
Okay. Well, the easiest way would be to find a friend that has a good level of English and to constantly practice with them. Or possibly taking a private session with a language trainer like myself, or maybe even someone that's locally, can also help to increase your usage and also help to boost your confidence level. Again, it's all about practice, practice, practice. It takes time to get there. Don't think that we can build a fluent language overnight. I've been here 15 years in Indonesia, and my Indonesian is still weak. And unless I take an extra course to continue that, it will stay that way. But I do practice it. And because of that, people can understand for the most part. So practice, you know.
Yes, sir, for your advice.
You're welcome.
Okay, Philip, maybe you can share your experience in learning Bahasa Indonesia. What was the first thing you learned in Bahasa Indonesia? It is grammatical rules or pronunciation or vocabulary?
Okay. I would probably say to start with was a bit of vocabulary, yeah. And then from there, I learned some statements or questions related to given topics, like topics of food. Asking, could you pass me the tofu, for example, or may I have more? Things like that to start with. But I had a chance for the first year that I was here, because I was staying with some friends over the weekend, each weekend. So from Fridays about sundown, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, I was meeting with them, staying with them until maybe Sunday evening, and then heading back to where I was staying. I was in the language of Indonesian for almost 3 days. And I did that for a year. But even for almost the whole year, the first 6 months, maybe even more, when people were talking, I didn't understand anything. Yeah, it was like a machine gun going off. I didn't know, was that one word or was that 5 words? Was it 10 words? Was it a sentence? Was it a paragraph? No clue, yeah? And it took a while. Finally, I heard a word. Oh, I know that word. What does that word mean? I would learn the meaning of the word. I try to put it into my mind, into my mental dictionary. And then slowly but surely, getting enough words, understanding what was happening, I could listen to what they were saying and begin to understand. And then, of course, from there, it was about pushing myself to think in Indonesian. So instead of saying to myself, what should I say, what should I say? Bilang apa? Bilang apa? I had to push in my head to try to think in the language to be able to make it smoother and more fluent. You can make a cognitive shift to force your brain to kind of lock into a language and just use that. Really makes a lot of improvement.
Okay, by the way, do you always speak in Bahasa Indonesia with your family at home?
In my family, I tend to do a mix, between English and Indonesian. My wife is Indonesian. She was born here in Jakarta, but her father is Karo and her mother is Batak Toba. So we have a mixture also of Batak Toba in the house from time to time. But because of that, yes, we do a mix between English and Indonesian. But on Saturdays, following with my religion, we have a study group in the mornings that I help to lead with youth, and that one's all in Indonesian. So it does force me to practice it, like it or not, yeah. And to our Karo and Toba friends, Menjojo Horas, yeah.
Okay. One participant asked about leveling in English. Is there any leveling in English, just like in Japanese language? In Japanese language, there is Kromo Inggil or lower level. Is there any leveling in English?
Well, we have a bit of leveling. We would consider it, formal, informal, yeah. And there are variances between that. But in terms of structure of the language and in terms of grammatical structure, nothing changes. So formal English, informal English is technically the same. The difference would be phrases and vocabulary.
Okay. Okay. Baik, Bapak Ibu, siapa lagi yang ingin mengajukan bertanya? mungkin bisa mengajukan pertanyaannya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ibu Reza Ashari, buat Bapak Reza Ashari, silakan.
My name is Reza Ashari. Hello, Mr. Philip. I'm sorry. My name is Reza Ashari. I come from Bangka Belitung, Regional Planning and Development, Bangka Belitung Province. I'm interested this program, and you explain this English course in seminary. This program. The English conversation, I think, in the regional Indonesia have problems such as lack of communication and self-confidence person in public services. I want to question for you how build the communication in public services with English, because the workplace I have no partner speak English and always Indonesia. So I difficult communication from English. I have this course of I have followed the course English and stop it 3 months. So I forget English conversation. And you have solved this problem, Mr. Philip. Thank you.
Okay. Similar question that we've seen today, yeah? Looking at improving conversation skills, improving our confidence level. Again, practice, practice, practice. And trying to find practice, I know like yourself, if you're in a remote area, can be difficult. But find communities. There are groups on the internet that deal with various topics. Communities there. Also looking at groups that you can find through Instagram or so forth. Maybe you can find someone there with content that you like. Contact them. Communicate with them. Create a normal human relationship with that person can also be a way of doing so. If you like gaming, a lot of the games will have, for example, they'll use a program called Discord, which is similar to WhatsApp. And you'll see a community there of people that communicate constantly. You can join one of those. Any practice is progress. So don't feel afraid to try something maybe through a game or something through the internet. It's okay. Take the opportunity when you find it, yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Philip.
Welcome.
Oke, selanjutnya ada Bapak Anil Hikmu ya. Bapak Anil Hikmu. Silakan.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. You're Philip. Actually, I have experience in English before. I used to read some papers, English papers, magazine papers, and sometimes I don't understand all the word by word, directly at a time, but I can understand the whole paragraph. That means I will understand the meaning of the word. That's my experience before. And also I think since the people who we are talking to understand what we are meaning, what we mean, so the communication will make important for everyone who we are talking to, isn't it? And that's all I think for today's. That's my experience. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you for sharing, and I totally agree. Yeah, one of the key aspects in reading is to understand the paragraph. Yeah, if our first goal is getting the concept, it's okay if we miss some of the words. We can identify, oh, that's an adjective. Okay, that means that word is clarifying the noun. But I know the noun. It's okay, right? We don't miss the whole meaning. We can get the general concept. That's the importance, yeah? The same thing happens with communication between people in English in other countries. Like if I'm speaking in someone in England, maybe they don't know all my phrases. Maybe I don't know all of theirs. But if I can understand the concept, then it's communication. I agree. Totally. Thank you for sharing.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Philips, and Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saat ini sudah ada di tengah-tengah kita Ibu Sekretaris Badan yang akan membuka kegiatan ini karena tadi sempat tertunda karena ada hal urgent terkait kedukaan yang sedang menimpa keluarga besar Kemendagri. Sementara ini kita akan serahkan kepada Ibu Silvani untuk kegiatan pembukaan kegiatan ini. Kemudian setelah itu kita akan lunch break sampai jam 1 siang dan kita akan kembali bertemu jam 1 siang di link Zoom yang sama. Terima kasih, dipersilakan Ibu Silvani.
Okay, thank you Mr. Philip for your briefing explanation. So, sekarang Bapak Ibu kita akan persiapan dulu, sebentar lagi kita akan melaksanakan pembukaan kegiatan seminar online bahasa Inggris. Untuk itu, mohon izin kepada Bapak dan Ibu peserta, boleh kita melihat wajah-wajahnya yang ada di layar Zoom kita pada siang hari ini, pada kemana nih? Saya lihat hanya virtual background-nya saja. Boleh ditampilkan wajah cerah Bapak Ibu? Karena saya coba cek dulu, ini masih, ya, kebanyakan virtual background-nya nih. Don't be shy, kalau kata Mr. Philip, practice makes perfect. Right, Mr. Philip?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Baik. Sebentar lagi Bapak Ibu kita akan memulai acara pembukaan. Mohon izin dengan hormat boleh kepada Bapak Ibu boleh bisa hadir di ruang virtualnya biar kita lihat dulu. Oke, baik. Beliau sudah hadir Bapak Ibu. Izin Ibu PLT Sekretaris BPSDM Kemendagri, kita akan memulai acara pembukaan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Selamat siang kami ucapkan. Yang kami hormati Analis Kepegawaian Ahli Madya, Bapak Endang Dwiko Rahmat, selaku Ketua Panitia Penyelenggara. Yang kami hormati Ibu PLT Sekretaris BPSDM Kemendagri, Ibu Dr. Anda Haji Hajah Endang Tristiasih MM, yang kami hormati Bapak dan Ibu peserta yang hadir secara virtual dari lingkungan Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Kementerian Lembaga dan Pemerintah Daerah. Untuk memulai acara kita pada siang hari ini, izinkan kita untuk dapat mendengarkan terlebih dahulu lagu Indonesia Raya. Hadirin untuk dapat bersikap sempurna. Hadirin kami persilahkan untuk dapat istirahat kembali. Acara selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan laporan Ketua Penyelenggara yang akan disampaikan oleh Analis Kepegawaian Ahli Madya, Bapak Endang Dwiko Rahmat. Kami persilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Bapak Kepala Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia, yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Ibu PLT Sekretaris Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia, yang terhormat narasumber dari Lembaga Bahasa Inggris Global Media Cendikia, Mr. Philip, Pak Acep, dan teman-teman, yang kami banggakan para peserta virtual yang berasal dari unit kerja di lingkungan Kemendagri, kementerian atau lembaga, dan pemerintahan daerah. Hadirin yang berbahagia, pertama-tama tentunya puji serta syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan kita nikmat sehat, nikmat iman, sehingga pada hari ini kita dapat berkumpul untuk pelaksanaan pembukaan seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur dalam mengelola pelayanan publik. Sebelumnya kami mohon izin kepada Ibu Pimpinan tadi untuk mengisi sesi yang seharusnya acara pembukaan pagi, kami isi dengan sesi pertama yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Philip, dan alhamdulillah peserta sangat antusias dan banyak sekali pertanyaan-pertanyaannya. Ibu pimpinan terhormat, izinkan sebelum Ibu membuka dan memberikan pengarahan, izinkan kami melaporkan hal-hal sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, dasar penyelenggaraan adalah Undang-Undang Nomor 5 Tahun 2014 tentang Aparatur Sipil Negara, Undang-Undang Nomor 23 Tahun 2014 tentang Pemerintahan Daerah, Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 11 Tahun 2017 tentang Manajemen Pegawai Negeri Sipil, dan Peraturan Menteri Dalam Negeri Nomor 11 Tahun 2018 tentang Sistem Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Aparatur berbasis kompetensi di lingkungan Kemendagri dan Pemda, serta Permen PAN Nomor 6 Tahun 2014 tentang Jabatan Fungsional Penata Hubungan Masyarakat dan angka kreditnya. Ibu pimpinan yang kami banggakan, adapun tujuan daripada seminar ini adalah untuk meningkatkan kemampuan berkomunikasi, khususnya dalam bahasa Inggris, sebagai upaya pemenuhan kebutuhan pengembangan kompetensi bagi pegawai negeri sipil dalam mengelola pelayanan publik. Sedangkan manfaatnya, kita harapkan peserta dapat berlatih berkomunikasi dengan berbahasa Inggris secara aktif dan berpartisipasi dalam menghadapi era globalisasi dan pengelolaan pelayanan publik. Peserta seluruhnya melalui mekanisme Zoom, Ibu Pimpinan, sampai dengan hari ini yang aktif untuk ikut, alhamdulillah berjumlah 290. Tadi pagi ada 350, mungkin masih ada yang agak out atau yang ingin masuk kembali. Terakhir adalah 293 peserta. Narasumber berasal dari Lembaga Bahasa Inggris Global Media Cendikia. Sedangkan moderator juga oleh Lembaga Global Media Cendikia. Waktu penyelenggaraan, insya Allah kita agendakan selama 4 hari, Ibu, mulai tanggal 25 sampai dengan 28 Oktober 2021 secara virtual. Metode pelatihan, pertama ceramah yang dikomunikasikan dengan tanya jawab dan diskusi. Yang kedua, mungkin yang agak menarik nanti, praktik bahasa Inggris secara virtual dan sharing experience. Selain itu juga diadakan evaluasi. Yang pertama, evaluasi terhadap narasumber, dan yang kedua, evaluasi terhadap penyelenggaraan. That's all, a couple things that I can report. I would like to ask the head of Agency of Human Resources Development of Home Affairs to convey opening speech and to open online seminar of enhancement of English skill for civil servant on public service management 2021, obviously. and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Eko. And selanjutnya, mari kita akan dengarkan sambutan dan arahan sekaligus membuka secara resmi seminar online pada siang hari ini. Kepada Ibu PLT Sekretaris BPS dan Kemendagri, kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih MC Mbak Fani. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Asmi senfil ard wala fisam'i wa wasamil alim. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali washabihi wasallim ajmain amma ba'd. Bapak Ibu peserta seminar yang berbahagia dengan tim pemateri yang sungguh luar biasa. Hari ini saya mendapatkan amanah untuk menyampaikan sambutan dalam rangka pembukaan seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur sipil negara dalam mengelola pelayanan publik. Sudah barang tentu Bapak Ibu sudah menunggu untuk acara pembukaan ini. Namun sekali lagi kami mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya bahwasanya sampai saat ini Bapak Kepala BPSDM masih mengikuti rangkaian prosesi pemakaman Bapak Sekjen Dr. Insinyur Hudori. Dan sekali lagi tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, saya akan membacakan sambutan beliau. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang terhormat para tim narasumber dari Lembaga Bahasa Inggris Global Media Cendekia, yang terhormat Bapak Ibu peserta yang telah hadir secara daring dari lingkungan Kementerian Dalam Negeri, kementerian, lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah, serta panitia penyelenggara yang saya banggakan, yang selalu kreatif, inovatif, dan terus memberikan pencerahan keilmuan yang dibutuhkan bagi ASN di masa pandemik ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam, dan salam kebajikan. Pertama-tama marilah kita senantiasa panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, yang telah memberikan rahmat inayah hidayah kepada kita sekalian, sehingga pada siang hari ini kita bisa bersama-sama mengikuti acara secara virtual dalam rangka seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur dalam mengelola pelayanan publik dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, tidak dapat dipungkiri lagi bahwa sebagai corong pemerintahan, tantangan yang kita hadapi berasal dari dalam maupun luar. Utamanya seperti saat ini di mana arus informasi dan teknologi semakin berkembang, tentu hal ini sangat-sangat membutuhkan kecepatan yang tinggi pula dari para aparatur sipil negara agar dapat menyikapi situasi yang sedemikian penting. Era globalisasi juga mendorong untuk beradaptasi dengan tatanan kehidupan yang semakin maju, mengingat pula bahwa Indonesia sudah menghadapi AFTA di tahun 2015, di mana individu-individu dari berbagai negara akan saling berlomba untuk mendominasi lapangan kerja atau bidang-bidang usaha lain yang kondisi hampir semua alat teknologi di era globalisasi ini menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Dalam hal ini, bahasa Inggris sebagai media komunikasi global sangat diperlukan untuk menguasai teknologi atau untuk berinteraksi langsung dengan masyarakat dunia. Bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu unsur penting bagi individu yang hidup di atas bumi untuk menyatukan banyak negara yang memiliki ragam bahasa. Tanpa adanya bahasa Inggris, sulit rasanya untuk menjembatani komunikasi di antara individu, masyarakat dari berbagai bangsa di dunia ini. Mengingat pentingnya berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Inggris di era globalisasi ini, sarana dan prasarana untuk menunjang kepentingan tersebut perlu dipersiapkan dengan baik dan benar. Sehingga sebagai salah satu alat untuk berkomunikasi dalam pergaulan internasional, bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan. Dengan kata lain, bahwa seseorang dapat meningkatkan pengetahuan dan keterampilannya, dan ini dijadikan sebagai bekal untuk memperoleh ilmu dan membuka wawasan yang mendunia. Bapak Ibu yang saya banggakan, di berbagai negara termasuk Indonesia, pelayanan publik menjadi salah satu indikator penilaian kualitas administrasi pemerintahan dalam melakukan tugas dan fungsinya. Baik tidaknya administrasi publik atau administrasi pemerintahan dapat dilihat dari seberapa jauh pelayanan publik dilaksanakan sesuai dengan tuntutan dan kebutuhan serta harapan masyarakatnya. Kecenderungan rendahnya kualitas pelayanan yang diberikan birokrasi di Indonesia terjadi di semua organisasi atau birokrasi Indonesia, sebagaimana juga yang sering kali dimuat dan diliput dalam berbagai media massa. Kecenderungan tersebut terjadi baik di tingkat pusat atau pemerintah daerah, termasuk pada organisasi birokrasi pemerintahan daerah, kabupaten, atau kota, kecamatan, dan kelurahan ataupun desa. Timbul pertanyaan, apakah birokrasi sudah membawakan fungsi pelayanan dan perlindungan kebutuhan masyarakat? Realitas empirik saat ini menunjukkan bahwa sikap dan tindakan birokrasi dalam pelayanan kepada masyarakat cenderung masih belum sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari berbagai macam indikator, keluhan-keluhan, pengaduan-pengaduan, dan kritik dari kalangan masyarakat terhadap pelayanan publik. Saat ini birokrasi Indonesia harus mampu memberikan pelayanan publik yang efektif, efisien, dan cepat, bermuara pada kualitas dan kecepatan pelayanan dan peningkatan daya saing. Salah satu isu penting dalam proses reformasi di Indonesia adalah perwujudan tata pemerintahan yang baik atau good governance. Melalui reformasi birokrasi di mana rekam jejak birokrasi dianggap tidak profesional, tidak netral, dan sangat paternalistik, ini menjadi akar korupsi, akar tumbuhnya benih-benih kolusi dan nepotisme. Birokrasi Indonesia juga harus melayani sesuai dengan paradigma New Public Service yang menekankan pemerintah sebagai pelayan, melayani bukan mengarahkan, tidak menjalankan prinsip-prinsip bisnis dalam pelayanannya. Dampak reformasi birokrasi yang berpengaruh signifikan terhadap kualitas pelayanan diantara merupakan cara berpikir atau mindset pegawai dari penguasa berubah menjadi pelayan. Serta di satu sisi harus ada peningkatan pengawasan masyarakat terhadap kinerja birokrasi. Dan salah satu cara mengatasi masalah birokrasi adalah inovasi. Inovasi dipandang sebagai kebutuhan karena dapat menjadi solusi bagi masalah-masalah patologi birokrasi Indonesia. Saat ini kualitas pelayanan publik harus dimaksimalkan dengan memanfaatkan peningkatan potensi-potensi sumber daya aparatur. Dan sudah barang tentu seiring dengan penggunaan atau pemanfaatan teknologi secara masif. Teknologi menjadi hal cukup penting sebagai instrumen dalam pelaksanaan tugas-tugas pemerintahan. Hal ini didorong oleh tumbuhnya model komunikasi yang berkembang seiring dengan pesatnya penetrasi internet dan media sosial. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, bahwa kualitas pelayanan publik sangat ditentukan oleh seberapa baik sikap dan perlakuan penyelenggara negara yang melaksanakan tugas dan wewenangnya kepada masyarakat, serta bagaimana tingkat kepuasan masyarakat yang antara lain ditandai dengan tidak adanya kritik, pengaduan, dan peningkatan Selain masalah-masalah pelayanan publik, masalah lainnya adalah bagaimana ASN dapat memiliki kecakapan dalam menghadapi tantangan global megatrends 2045. Strategi pengembangan ASN saat ini adalah dalam menghadapi global megatrends pada tahun 2045, yang pertama adalah megatrend demografi. Hal ini ditandai dengan semakin tingginya migrasi antar negara, borderless society, dan meningkatkan proporsi penduduk usia lanjut. Dalam 30 tahun ke depan, pertumbuhan penduduk dunia diperkirakan melambat. Hal ini membawa konsekuensi pada penyesuaian sektor produksi untuk menjawab kebutuhan hidup masyarakat dengan lifespan yang semakin panjang. Dan kedua adalah megatrend urbanisasi. Pada tahun 2050, PBB memperkirakan ada sekitar 65% penduduk dunia akan tinggal di perkotaan. Sehingga 95% perkembangan terjadi pada ekonomi. Ekonomi akan berkembang pesat. Konsekuensinya adalah peranan perkotaan dalam pembangunan semakin penting sebagai ruang bagi berkembangnya eksternalitas positif dari aglomerasi industri dan tenaga kerja terlatih. Ketiga adalah megatrend perdagangan internasional. Kawasan Asia Pasifik diyakini tetap mampu menjadi poros perdagangan dan investasi dunia. Hal ini akan mendorong munculnya keseimbangan dalam konsep peningkatan global production network. Antisipasi industri nasional terhadap dampak perubahan ini dapat diupayakan melalui penguatan kerjasama internasional serta perdagangan investasi dalam kawasan. Bapak Ibu peserta yang kami hormati, adapun yang keempat adalah megatrend kemunculan kelas menengah emerging market economies. Di kawasan Asia dan Amerika Latin, secara ekonomi, kelas menengah akan menjadi penggerak pertumbuhan ekonomi, karena meningkatnya pendapatan per kapita akan mendorong pengeluaran serta meningkatkan tabungan dan investasi. Khusus Indonesia, penduduk yang tergolongkan semingpas pada tahun 2025 adalah sebanyak 45 juta dan akan terus meningkat di tahun 2045 menjadi 258 juta atau 80% dari penduduk Indonesia. Untuk itu, kemampuan menguasai pasar domestik sangat-sangat penting dengan melihat industri apa yang diperlukan bagi 258 juta consuming class Indonesia. Dan yang kelima adalah megatrend dalam peningkatan sumber daya alam dan geostrategis. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, bahwa persaingan merebutkan sumber daya alam ke depan akan tetap tinggi. Seiring dengan bertambahnya penduduk dunia, meningkatnya ekonomi, kemudian perubahan gaya hidup, dan kondisi ini akan membawa konsekuensi bahwa pengembangan industri nasional diarahkan untuk menjaga dan mengelola sumber daya alam dengan inovasi dan teknologi. Dan yang keenam, revolusi industri yang ke depan akan memasuki fase industri 4.0. Pada fase ini, Internet of Things atau otomatisasi dan penerapan teknologi yang bertumpu pada internet dan pertukaran data akan menjadi tren manufaktur yang bertumpu pada internet. Sekali lagi, bertumpu pada internet dan big data. Nah, Bapak Ibu bisa bayangkan bahwa ini ke depan akan menjadi sangat-sangat efisien. Sehingga membuat semua negara saling berlomba untuk mengejar ketertinggalan. Sedangkan dari sisi pemerintahan, perbaikan terhadap kualitas SDM, terutama aparatur, menjadi kunci dalam menghadapi tantangan global megatrends. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, dari beberapa hal yang tadi disampaikan, kita perlu mengantisipasi munculnya tantangan-tantangan ke depan. Yang pertama adalah mengintegrasikan pelayanan publik yang berbasis teknologi informasi, dan yang kedua adalah menciptakan desain organisasi yang lincah dan berdasar pada prinsip seluruh instansi serta akuntabel. Dan terakhir, agar ASN didorong untuk mengembangkan diri serta menciptakan budaya inovasi di lingkungan kerjanya, agar menyadari laju gerak-gerak perubahan yang semakin masif dan kebutuhan-kebutuhan pengembangan kompetensi aparatur tetap harus ditingkatkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan di dalam organisasinya. Bapak Ibu, hadirin yang kami muliakan, bahwa kebutuhan penguasaan bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu aspek yang sangat penting yang harus dikuasai oleh ASN untuk menghadapi global megatrends yang saya sebutkan di depan tadi. Bahasa Inggris digunakan untuk media komunikasi, informasi, dan berita. Hampir 3/4 dari semua pesan-pesan telex dikirim dalam bahasa Inggris. 80% data komputer diproses dan disimpan dalam bahasa Inggris, dan seterusnya. Manfaat lain yang dirasakan melalui penguasaan bahasa Inggris secara konteks pendidikan, kemudian kinerja, kemudian human relation, ini sebagai hal yang sangat-sangat harus ditingkatkan kualitasnya bagi ASN. Selain itu juga ASN dapat lebih mampu untuk mengakses informasi dalam konteks sehari-hari, membina hubungan interpersonal, bertukar informasi, serta menikmati estetika bahasa dan budaya asing yang lebih luas. Luar biasa manfaat-manfaat yang akan diterima oleh Bapak Ibu selama mengikuti seminar ini. Dan sudah barang tentu yang sangat-sangat berkaitan adalah peningkatan pengembangan kompetensi ASN, baik Kementerian Dalam Negeri, kementerian yang lain atau lembaga, dan pemerintah daerah. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebelum menutup sambutan saya ini, ada beberapa hal yang perlu kita garis bawahi, bahwa 4 hari ke depan Bapak Ibu akan mengikuti kegiatan ini. Tolong manfaatkan waktu yang sangat berharga ini dengan sebaik-baiknya, karena narasumber yang dihadirkan di sini adalah narasumber yang profesional dan kompeten. Inilah saatnya forum ini dapat dimanfaatkan secara optimal bagi seluruh peserta. Sehingga ke depan bukan hanya kemampuan individu yang berkembang khususnya dalam penguasaan bahasa asing, tetapi kinerja Bapak Ibu untuk memberikan kontribusi terhadap organisasi pun akan meningkat dengan pesat. Tiada lupa, saya senantiasa menghimbau bahwa dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini, dimanapun Bapak Ibu berada, tetap harus mematuhi protokol kesehatan. Karena saat ini kita hidup dengan virus COVID-19, sehingga dengan menerapkan prokes yang ketat, dimanapun kita berada, kita tetap survive, kita tetap sehat, sehingga kita bisa menjadi pelayan-pelayan publik yang berkualitas dan memenuhi kebutuhan ataupun harapan masyarakat. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat kami sampaikan pada kesempatan berbahagia ini. Marilah kita sama-sama membacakan basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur dalam mengelola pelayanan publik tahun anggaran 2021 secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Akhir kata, wabillahi taufik wal hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepala BPSDM Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Dr. Haji Teguh Setiabudi MPD di Tanggal. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, adalah suatu kebahagiaan saya bisa menyampaikan harapan ini di tengah para seminar yang sedang mencoba untuk menggali terus ilmu-ilmu terkait dengan bahasa Inggris yang nantinya akan diterapkan dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan menjadi ASN yang berkualitas dan memiliki wawasan yang luas. Lebih kurangnya mohon maaf. Akhir kata, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Ibu. Baik, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, demikianlah acara pembukaan seminar online peningkatan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi aparatur dalam mengelola pelayanan publik. Dan selanjutnya, bagi Bapak dan Ibu, karena kita masih melanjutkan sesi kita yang sebelumnya, oleh karena itu Bapak Ibu, izinkan juga kami untuk dapat mengucapkan selamat istirahat juga untuk siang hari ini, karena nanti kita akan masuk kembali pada sesi yang kedua pada pukul 13.30. Jadi nanti Bapak dan Ibu yang menghadiri kegiatan ini secara online, acara pembukaan kita telah selesai. Untuk selanjutnya, kita akan break sebentar sampai dengan pukul 13.30. Dan nanti dapat join lagi di forum Zoom ini. Kemudian kami juga mengingatkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu, jangan lupa nanti tetap mengisi presensi di siang harinya, karena nanti kami akan share juga presensi di siang hari. Baik, demikian acara kita pada sesi dari pagi hingga dengan siang hari ini. Selanjutnya kita akan beristirahat dan sampai ketemu lagi pada waktu sesi kedua. Terima kasih, selamat siang.
Selamat siang, terima kasih, sukses buat semuanya.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Recording stopped.
Cigar warina aroni juma paksa ngadi aroni juma paksa ngadi oturang sing udah murah kelateku ngorulu tulut kelateku jadi ngorulu tulut kelateku jadi family taxi dalan kae turang dalan-dalan di pasar nasi gedang danan dia debaku bahan bangku turang kelangan deku jadilah netrala. Pos diuhur mai madapat mana di korang sononda Rudi iluku mampun mardingo janjinan sapu otene motor nasuan makin bahon tuakan tak sadari otene botol narubama perlago pulang songo siapari otene Tirismo lae bangku angale sumirangkan mo pancur sisada melameringis-mo bagai turang ale mardida kalak mo bekel masada duan dando ale kadi papo duan dando ale kadi papo. Kita borong atu si rempuanan musim ni
memulai kembali sesi kita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu sudah selesai cukup beristirahat dan juga telah selesai melaksanakan ibadah sholat zuhur dan siap untuk kembali melanjutkan sesi kita siang hari ini bersama Mr. Philip Wery, di mana beliau juga sudah siap untuk melanjutkan sesi ini. Bagaimana Bapak Ibu sekalian, apakah sudah siap untuk melanjutkan sesinya?
Ready, Bos.
Thank you, Ibu. Oke, Mr. Philip Wery, apakah are you ready, sir?
Ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, by the way, before we start our session today, what did you have for lunch?
Recording in progress.
Today? What did you have for lunch today?
Myself, I managed to have some gado-gado, yeah?
Okay, you like gado-gado?
I do. It's quite nice.
Okay. Why do you like it? Is it a bit spicy, right?
It's a bit spicy. It's got a nice peanut sauce, and it's vegetarian.
Okay. Great. We're going to start the session. The time is yours, sir. Please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, let me share screen again. Yes, okay. Okay, if everyone's able to see my screen, yeah?
Yes.
All right, so for this afternoon session, I have a number of questions that we will be going through, and it's in hopes that all of you will join in freely sharing your answers to the questions. So this is not only from my part, but also for you to have a chance to apply what we've learned from this morning, being able to answer and ask some questions based on the topics that we will be looking at today. Mastering English and practical application. So with that, I have a number of different topics to bring with you, looking at mastering English, looking at business in general, also looking marketing and a few other topics for today. And about every 2 topics, I would like us to break into some small breakout groups and to discuss the one question and then have your spokesperson share with us back in the main session when we come to those parts. So I really look forward to your participation this afternoon, and I hope we all do very well, which I'm sure you can. As we saw with the questions earlier this morning, many of you are able to articulate your thoughts quite well. Congratulations on that. And I look forward to seeing more of it. So, without further ado, our first topic question is, what is the purpose of using English? What is the purpose of using English? According to you, what do you think? What is the purpose of using English? Why English and not another language? Anyone? Feel free. Anyone wish to share their thoughts? What is the purpose of using English?
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Because it's the global language, I mean, most of the people using English, so it would reach as many people as we could if you use this language.
Okay, so it gives us broader communications, yeah?
That's correct.
Okay, because it's a international language, yeah?
That's, oh yeah, international language.
Is it the only international language, or are there others?
Others, but I'm sure English is the most used by
Okay,
people.
correct, yeah. We have Mandarin, and we also have Spanish as a high language usage, yeah, but English in general, not just American, is considered the international language. Okay, good. Anyone else? Why else do we use English other than to communicate internationally? Okay, you, go ahead.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, you may.
I think the purpose of using English is to connect our diplomacy, our local diplomacy to international diplomacy. So we could engage more international.
Okay, further reach, yeah, than beyond our home.
I mean.
Okay.
I think that's all.
All right, thank you. You.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Learning English is important because some of the direction of using tools, medicine, or cosmetics that use in English. And the other one is English is international language, so it's important if we go abroad. Most of countries using English.
Okay.
Thank you.
So good points there, yeah. A lot of instructions, manuals, and other self-help tutorials and things are readily found in English. So it becomes easier to find and to gain access, and also to communicate internationally. Okay. Who else would like to share? Okay, Abadi has his hand up. Go ahead.
May I, Mr. Phillips?
Sure, please.
Okay. The purpose of using English for us is to communicate or to hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
we can hear
you
you.
hear?
I
Yeah.
heard it.
The purpose of using English is to communicate with other people from different countries, from other people. Meanwhile, English is a basic language to communicate with other people. That's the first. And the secondly is about while using is basically learned by many people to communicate. Meanwhile, like Chinese, like Korean or Japanese, is rarely used by many people around the world. So if we want to communicate with other people globally, we think using English is much more better, and we have to speak English fluently while we want to communicate with other people, or if we want to share our knowledge or our something else like that. Okay, that's all, Mr. Williams.
Okay, well done. Someone was listening to this morning session, yeah? A means of communication, yeah? Internationally. Okay, good. Mr. Abadi, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Philip. we are globalized now, so we have to communicate more than before history. Yeah? That's why we have to learn each other. We have to study language, maybe more than one, more than English. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good point. Yeah, not only is English a main priority, there are other languages out there that are recognized also as international for the benefit of gaining stronger connections around the world. Yeah. Okay, good. Who else would like to share? Okay, a lot going on in the chat. Agree with you guys. Doing well there. Looking at. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, who would like to share?
Let me try, Philip.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think English is the language of almost everything. Science, communication, entertainment, sport, and everything. If you want to broaden our knowledge or leveling up our career, or if you want to connect better to another world, I think we should mastering English. Thank you.
Okay, well made, yeah. So if we're wanting to extend our knowledge, yeah, in almost any facility, we can find it through English. True. A lot more access available there, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's look at our second session. Our second question is looking at does using English improve your English? What do you think? Does using the language improve it?
Indeed. Indeed, Philip.
Okay. Any experiences that you've had to say that's true?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Philip. Can I share my experience?
Let's listen to Dijen first.
Okay. Okay. From my point of view, using English in your daily activity can improve my own English. For example, I used to read some novel in English, so more or less I could understand English by not translate it one by one. That's it.
Okay. So by reading more, you've gained a better knowledge, yeah, and able to communicate better in English. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sumbar, Fabrina, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. From my experience, I began to be interested in learning English in elementary school, as it was the first foreign language that we learned. So at that time, yeah, I often read out loud. So when I find an English book or books written in English, I read it out loud. So it really improves my pronunciation skills and my confidence in using English. Then for me, it is also important. It is also a great experience when I got this scholarship to Germany. Yes, there I learned German, of course, but there we also often use English more. So using English almost in daily life, it really improves my skill in English. And now, since I already back in Indonesia and I rarely use it now, I can feel it. It becomes, what do you, degradation? Degrading? Yeah.
Degrading, yeah.
Degrading. So it is really important for us to use English as often as possible. So then you won't lose your ability in English in every communication skill, in every language skill, like speaking, writing, or reading and listening. You have to train it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well
That's-
said. Well said.
Mhm.
Anyone else like to share? What about you? What do you think? Does using English improve your English? Okay, a few comments there in the chat, yeah. Without using it, yeah, you begin to be a bit confused, losing some vocabulary, struggling more with the language, where if you're using it more, it becomes common, and therefore you're more confident and also making smoother conversation that's faster, just because it's become common practice, right? Like riding a bicycle. The more we practice, the faster we can ride, yeah? Okay. All right, here's another question for us. Is any reading good reading? Is any reading good reading? So if I were to give you any book in English, is it good for you? What is your opinion? Anyone? Anyone like to share?
May I?
Okay.
Okay.
Nuwati, then you. Okay.
I think is any reading good reading? Could be yes, could be no, because if you don't understand what we are reading, it's no use. It's no use. So just choose any reading that first interests you or that you understand, no matter what. So if only our purpose is only to practice our pronunciation, maybe we could read anything like the news we don't understand or scientific article, something like that. We just read, but we don't know what's the meaning of it. So
Okay.
that's my point.
All right, a good point, yeah. Picking materials that we understand, obviously, is very
correct.
important, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. I think it was Yu, is that next, I believe?
Okay, Mr. Phillips. About is any reading good reading? I think it depends on the purpose of our purpose. I think if you want to improve our English, it's okay, but we could choose what we like. What we like, maybe about poems, about novels, or about anything we want. Actually, we really membatasi apa ya? we membatasi reading because I think it's not a normal reading. You get it?
Okay. Again, picking something in context, yeah, that's, if we're looking at content, then yes, we have to be a bit selective, yeah. But if we're looking for language, yeah, anything can be chosen, yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's right.
Dendeng, you'd like to share?
Me. Thank you. In my opinion, of course not, because there are many choices over there. Actually, it depends on us, what kind of reading that we want to choose. If we choose the reading material that can improve yourself, can develop yourself, can extend your experience and knowledge in a good way, I think you have to be more selective. As you said, that in terms of in developing our English skills, we have to read almost everything. There are many theme or topic in reading. Of course, there is violence or maybe porn, or maybe hatred or racism, or that there are many bad things out there, and of course there are many good things out there. Thank you.
Okay, good. So looking at for language acquisition, it's okay, but in terms of content, it's good for us to be selective, yeah? Picking things to read that are good for the mind, yeah? But otherwise, books are good, yeah? Okay, Abadi, go ahead.
I think we can use readers for practice our English.
Sorry, say that again.
We can read Reader's Digest for practice our English.
Okay, yeah, Reader's Digest is a good one, yeah. Things like news channels and those kind of things also can be quite good for the most part, yeah. As long as we can find, like Denden is saying, something that's maybe not biased or harmful to the mind, yeah.
We can read many things in Reader's Digest.
Okay. Yeah, it's always been a good wealth of information there, yeah. Okay, good. Anyone else would like to share? Okay, Asa?
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, any reading is good. That is depends on the text and the content. And also if we want to increase or we want to improve our vocabularies, or we want to enrich our vocabularies in any matter of different reading, and maybe we we will find the culture or the idioms or something else in a different kind of reading, it's okay.
Okay, good point, yeah. There's a lot of things that we can learn through reading.
To enrich our vocabularies, many kinds of reading, that's good for us. But again, we still have to filter it what we read.
Okay, good point, good point. Anyone else? Okay, August Sapari.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yes, I agree with Miss Aza. She's saying something about the vocabulary, and I think any reading is good in terms of to enrich the lexical resources. So whenever you find a word and you thought that it is a bad thing, then you know that what is only attending to some focus or society only, or whenever you find a word in reading, it is a good one, then you know how to use it.
Okay, good point, yeah, good point. Anyone else? Okay. Well, I think it's a good conclusion. Yeah, we look at reading itself is one of the best ways for us to see structure, to be able to copy and mimic a language is easiest through written materials. And as pointed out, the language itself in all the books are basically the same, yeah? Structure and content, well, structure is the same, content can differ. So we can pick up books according to the topic that we feel is appropriate or something matching with our interest, aligned with our culture or beliefs, and freely read it. It will help us to continue to learn English on its own, yeah? But content can be questionable, but content doesn't change language acquisition. So even if we're pushed to read a book maybe we don't like, or it's on a topic or something that we disagree with, doesn't mean that we cannot learn language from it, yeah? Because in all of it we can see examples, especially if you're reading something that is published. Now, if we look on the internet today, we can find blogs, we can find posts in various social media and other areas that are posted by people that may be not so careful in the publishing of their work, meaning that they're sharing content to only express an idea, but they're not necessarily careful with making sure that they're using a good standard of English. So when it comes to writing, it's always best to pick something that has been edited or published. Obviously, if it's been published, it's been edited, maybe more than once, which means that we're going to have a better standard for us to recall later. So picking according to content, and also making sure that we choose a reading material that has been edited is key. Yeah. So choose wisely in some of the things that you read in terms of on the internet or social media, so that you can begin to see better standards of English to then copy that in your own usage. All right. So with that, let's change topics. I think is a topic we all can discuss quite well, is business. Yeah. So the first question is, what makes a business successful? What do you think makes a business successful? Asa, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the key how to make our business success is about communication.
Okay, good communication.
Yeah.
All right, nice. Anyone else?
Yeah, Philip?
Yeah.
Adaptation to the social need, society needs.
I agree with Azza. The most important thing is communication, and after that, understanding each other.
Okay, communicating, understanding each other, and someone was sharing to meet a need in in society. Yeah. Okay.
Wide connection.
Sorry, say that again.
Communicating, understanding each other, and someone was sharing to meet a need in.
Ah, okay. Got me.
Drive to begin.
All right.
Connection.
Okay, slow connection. What makes a business successful?
Brave to begin.
Brave to begin. Okay. Brave
If you
to
not start,
begin.
it's useless.
Okay, so yeah, obviously a business has to start. We have to be brave, to be bold, to do something new, yeah? If we want to have a chance, yeah?
Networking.
Networking, okay? Networking. In terms of networking, what do you mean there, Dede? Is it only a land wire, or what do you mean by networking? Maybe you could share a bit. What do you mean by networking? Okay, Intan, feel free to share.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Felix. What makes a business successful? I think it's research your product and your market will make it better. And then in our budaya, you sell your product with English, makes our product like looks better than others.
Okay, specifically here in Indonesia, yeah? Putting a little bit of English on the packaging or in your advertisements gets a little bit more attention, yeah?
Yeah.
But definitely researching your product, researching your market, yeah? As a means to be more successful. Okay, good. Who else would like to share? Okay, in the chat group, we've got some looking at branding, promotion, and marketing, and also discipline, yeah? Okay, some good points. Anyone want to share or expound on that? You, okay?
Strong branding.
Okay, branding.
What makes a business successful? I think because the company have a good planning and organization. That's all.
Okay, so good planning, yeah? Preparation for the future, okay? All right. Cindy, how about you?
I think communication holds an important role because if we can deliver our meaning
in a good way, I am sure that a business could be successful.
Okay, good points. Anyone else wish to share? Ali.
Yes, sir. What makes a business successful? I think in business we can to be successful if we have confidence. Yeah, confident and also good leadership, I think.
Okay.
And good planning, and also spirit of competition.
A spirit of competition. Okay.
And open-minded.
Open-minded.
Yeah.
Okay. Explain on that a bit. How can we be open-minded in business?
We can accept everything is to be useful for us, for our business.
Okay. So looking to find something new or something advanced, yeah, continually adding, yeah, searching, okay?
And we have brave in taking risks.
Okay, willing to take risk, yeah, being brave, yeah, moving forward.
And
okay.
Increasing our passion or our skill, like that.
Okay, increasing skill, yeah, constantly growing, yeah. Okay, good points, yeah. Good points. Yeah, definitely always moving forward, always thinking that today is not good enough, yeah. Okay, Shendi, go ahead, share with us.
I think we need being authentic because so many products in the world.
Okay, being authentic, something original, yeah?
Yes, and as we also have to show our gratitude.
Gratitude too?
Yes, and also for our promotion, we have to understanding about digital.
Okay.
In media, social, we can promote our product.
Okay.
I think that's all.
Okay, good points.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Darwin.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. I have two points that makes a business successful. There is discipline and good at saying that's it.
Okay. Good points. Yeah, always important that we stick to what we've agreed to, having discipline with that, yeah, and also to be constantly active in business, yeah, is also an aspect of being disciplined, yeah, making sure that everything gets done. Okay, good points. All right. Any other comments? Zaina, if you want to share, go ahead.
I think talk less, do more.
Sorry?
I think talk less, do more. For get a great business, we can talk less and do more.
Okay, talking less and doing more, yeah? Okay. Yeah, they say talk is cheap, yeah? Talk is cheap. So better to get in there and get it done. I agree, yeah? A good point also. I think something that we miss in the modern era, many times we have a lot of meetings moving forward with things, but not always actually then doing it, yeah? But we agreed on it. That's a good point. Okay. All right. So here comes our next question. Why do some businesses fail? What are some of the reasons why businesses fail?
In my opinion, excuse me.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. In my opinion, some of the business fail because they stop making innovation.
Okay, when they stop making innovation, yeah, stop moving forward thinking that they're good enough, yeah. Many fail in that way, unless of course we're looking at things like batik and textile, yeah. Like we don't necessarily need to change some of the unique old ways. That can also be a business of itself. But yes.
But the marketing strategies?
True. Marketing strategies, there's always areas that we can make improvements.
Innovation.
Innovation, yeah. Okay, good point.
Thank you.
Okay, Asa and then Intan.
Okay, in my opinion, why business can fail, one of the reasons is because they have a bad communication. if you have a brilliant ideas, for example, but you can't communicate your ideas to your partner, so it will fail, and your plan is not as good, and your plan will not run as good as you wish. That's why communication is the important thing to run a business.
Okay, good points. Intan, how about you?
Yes. For me, our business can fail when you when you fail to understand your market needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you've lost focus of market needs, yeah?
Yes, and you can deliver what's your keunggulan keunggulan what's your benefit from your product to the market.
Okay. So when you've forgotten its niche, yeah, of what makes it special, why it's important. Okay, so keeping on focus, remembering its usage. Okay, good points. Shandy and Dijen, yeah? Go ahead. Dijen, go ahead and share with us.
Okay. In my opinion, why do some business fail is because they lack of discipline, especially when they are doing their business, and then they often doesn't make some standard of their product. So when they are change their leaders or they change the one who make it, the product becomes kind of different from before.
Okay.
Or like
So changes due to lack of quality control, yeah? Okay. Definitely something that can happen. Rathi, have you shared?
Yes.
Go ahead and share.
Thank you. I think we always in feel doubtful.
Okay.
So too many planning but nothing doing anything.
Okay. So less doubt, yeah, is necessary. Too much doubt can destroy a business, yeah?
Yes.
Coming back to the need to take risk, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, good points. Good points. Let's see here. Ali.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Why do some business fail? According to my opinion, some business is fail because of we don't have good planning, and also we never focus in our business, and we never develop our brand awareness to society. I think that.
Okay, a good point, yeah. Brand awareness is also something that is important, yeah. As we try to capture more and more of the market, yeah. Obviously increasing sales is definitely a key point. Okay. Abadi, feel free to share.
Okay. Because they are refused to be changed and refused to evolve. They don't want to change, yeah.
Okay.
Just like Nokia.
Okay. Yeah, adapting with the target audience, yeah, or the target user becomes a key element, yeah. If we're still producing cellular phones like from the 90s, obviously no one wants them today, yeah.
And they refuse technology as well.
Okay. So definitely needing to adapt to modern times. Okay. Good point. Would anyone else like to share?
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead.
In my opinion, some business will fail when they are not persistent in reaching the target.
Okay,
So a
persistence in reading the
business
target.
needs persistence when we are in down condition.
Okay. Yeah, when times get tough, the tough get going, right? Is the statement that we like to say, meaning that just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's time to walk away, but it's time to get in there and work a bit harder, yeah? With diligence. Good. Winda, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, the most thing why do some business fail is because they just stopping doing the business. So because as long as the business still exists, they can still find the other innovation or the other strategy or doing the evaluation why the business still cannot improve. So the most important thing I think is they stop doing the business. Thank you.
Okay. So making sure that what they started, they continue, yeah? Just because when we get the business rolling doesn't mean we can walk away from it and it runs itself, yeah? It requires, like we said earlier, discipline, focus, and attention. Good point. Who else would like to share?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I speak up?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why do some business fail? In my opinion, a business can fail because they not hear what the customer needs, or they stop creating innovation product.
Okay. Not matching with customer needs and getting behind the times in terms of technology, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Good points. All right. I noticed someone put in the chat one aspect that I saw was quite nice. I was looking at the external factors, yeah? Not all factors of businesses failing is because of themselves, but could be from wars, recession, high taxation, or high interest rates, and those kind of external factors, making it more difficult for the businesses. I would agree, yeah? So it's not always internal. Good point. Yeah. Okay. Who else would like to share?
Just add a short words, maybe
Okay.
out of luck. That's it.
Say again?
Just out of luck.
Out of luck. Okay, yeah, sometimes it's just like that, yeah? We see a few corporations that have happened in the past that way. Studebaker is one of them, a car company in the US, way ahead of its time. Technology was there, but people just didn't go for it, and they ended up being out of luck, and in the end went out of business. True point. Titus, you want to share with us?
Can I give my opinion?
We'll let Titus first, and then you're next. Okay, go ahead. We can't quite hear you there, Titus. Your voice isn't coming through.
My turn, please. No?
One moment. Let's see if we can get Titus's voice to come in. Okay, he's having some technical difficulties there. We'll come back to him. Den, you were on the list, and then you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are here talk so interesting. Many of us tell about internal factor, and some said external, and also I forget the names. Someone talking about the lucky. Yeah,
Mm.
this is so interesting. There are many point of views. What I want to talk here is in the internal factor that something haven't been mentioned is this is also based on my experience. It will be fail if there's not enough knowledge or not practicing good financial management. In business, we have to be more what we call it is so thoughtful about the money, where we can get the plan, how do we get money, and everything must be written. This is something that almost people forget about in business, in running a business. Thank you.
Okay, good points. Good points. Okay, you first.
My about why this fail is I think the business has no good or credible definition for what the business is, and also the business is inability to compete with other similar business. And if the business has run well, maybe that's because pandemic condition. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so maximizing resources and business abilities in competition, yeah? Okay. Dianita. Dianita, you're wanting to share? Okay. Titus, are you back with us? We're still having troubles hearing your voice. Not quite coming through the device. Technical difficulties. Okay. Maybe you can try unplugging your headset. Might work through the device. Want to try again? It's not coming through yet, yeah? Okay. Technical difficulty there. Okay. Anyone else wish to share as we go along? You can go ahead and share with us, by the way, Titus, in the chat group, and I'll have a read. Sorry you're having some technical difficulties. Yeah. That might be something also we could add to the list of business failure, yeah? Technical difficulties. Sometimes it just happens, yeah? The wrong thing breaks down, and from there, it's a downward slide. Okay. Here's our next question coming in. Is a statement. It says, business is a combination of war and sport. Agree or disagree? Why or why not? Business is a combination of war and sport. Do you agree or disagree? Why?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
In my opinion, I think I agree with this sentence that business is a combination of war and sport. The reason is business. We have to be tough in business, like in a war, and also we have to be sportive, like in sport.
Okay. So competition, yeah. Striving to be better. Okay. All right. Who else would like to share? We have Rati. Your hand is up.
Yes, I'm agree. Yes, I'm
Okay.
agree, Mister, because the situation of business like a war, but we must treatment and spirit like sport.
Okay. So giving it our full, but also remembering there are others out there, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then Deng and then Asa.
Okay, like the previous, they agree, and I myself also agree that the business is like war and sport, because in business we need a strategy, also discipline, also target. What is our purpose or what is our goal? And also like in sport, when we need to make our muscle, for instance, we need do some repetition in order we build our muscle. And so in business we need to do a repetition, for example, in making some advertisement, and also making some branding, that is we have to do that continuously in order we have a strong muscle, like in
Okay.
sport.
Nicely stated. Well done. Okay. Totally agreed. Then Deng.
Oh, thank you. This business is a combination of war and sport. I agree, because in war, we need one command, and another have to hear and do everything that said by the commander. So that's why the leader of business called CEO, right?
Mm-hmm.
It means that this is a half war or military. And sport, interesting that what Bu Asa said, that business is something like muscle or repetition.
Mm.
I think I agree with her, because in sport needs our focus, our daily training, and yes, everything that needed in sport needed also in business.
Okay. So similar approach, yeah? Okay. Ali.
Yeah. According to me, business is combination of. I think it is. I disagree with this statement. Yeah. According to me, business is just only combination of war and sport, but also the art.
Okay.
Because, in the art has creativity, mentality, and also spirit.
Okay.
So I think business is combination of war and sport, it is not perfect, not exact. But according to me, business is a combination of the art, war, and sport, like that.
Okay. So an addition of art is necessary, yeah? Okay, fair enough. Intan, how about you?
Thank you, Mr. Felix. For me, business, I think it's not a war because we have not to mengalahkan pesaing kita, but we just have to how to deliver your product. It's used for your market and makes money for your perusahaan. Okay. And for me, business is combination of knowledge and art. When you have knowledge about business, how to make a product, how to sell your product, how to manage your staff, how to manage your finance, and business is also art because in business there's not a fixed formula for your success. It's because the product have their own characteristic.
Okay.
So we cannot what the fixed formula for success.
Okay.
It's different from one product and another product. And also for the same product, we have a different market. We have a different strategy. So
okay.
That's the art of business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicely said. Yeah. Anyone else? Irfan.
Okay, thank you, sir. Business is a combination of war and sport. In my opinion, I'm agree with the statement because in war, we have a good strategy to win the war, and sport we have the good health body, and to win this competition, and we have what we had set a goal and to win a competition and a good business. Thank you.
Okay. Good explanations of how war and sport fit there. Nicely said. Okay. Rustadi, go ahead.
Characteristic. They have a battleground. In a war, we have to defeat our opponent. They have to defeat their opponent too, and they have. Thank you.
Okay. True, yeah. We look at having to also be on the defense, yeah, in terms of business also. It's not always offense, but there is some defensive aspects, keeping up with competition, making sure that our products are of good quality, things like that, yeah. Okay, good point. All right, so what I would like to do now, moving on, not to a new topic, but if our host would mind giving some breakout rooms and letting you guys join into breakout rooms, I have a question that I would like you to discuss in small groups. Pick a spokesperson to come and share what your ideas are. So breaking into small group, I'll give you about 10 minutes to discuss the topic. The topic here is, what is the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market? So what's difficult about staying competitive in the market? Okay. So if our host could put some breakout rooms together, if you don't mind, I'll let you guys join into the breakout rooms and to discuss that question, yeah? So I'll share that question here in the chat so that everyone has it.
Okay, I'll divide it to 14 room. Is that okay?
That would be great.
All right, I'm doing it now.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what is the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market? Yeah. Okay, if you'll join into your breakout room and discuss the question together. Okay, feel free to join your breakout room to discuss your topic. Okay, for those of you still here in the main room, please join your breakout room and share your thoughts with your group. And it seems our rooms are closing. Do they have more time? Okay, I think we're restarting, yeah. Can we repost the breakout rooms? Should be about 10 minutes on the timer.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Why I come back to my room again?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I'm in 5 room.
Okay, we have some technical issues. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Philip.
No worries.
The setting is not applied, but right now we can recreate the breakout room. Is that okay?
Yes, please, for about 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay, for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It is starting now.
Okay. You guys can join again. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Okay, so joining a breakout room to discuss what is the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market. Okay. You should have a room assigned if you'll just accept to share, answering the question, yeah? Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good conversation there and have picked a spokesperson. Yeah.
Yes.
So with that, let's hear from group number 1. What would they like to share as the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market?
Grup 1 itu kita ya. I forgot. Sorry. Ya. Sorry. Okay. Kita ya Bu Yulia. Is that us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ya betul Bu Winda kita.
Okay. Can I answer the question?
Sure.
Bu Yulia, yeah. Because we haven't choose the spokesperson. So we still doing the conversation and discussion. Okay. In a very
Oh, you're on mute. Okay, there you go.
In a very short time, actually we haven't decided, but still in progress. So the most important, the most difficult thing to maintain the business is maintaining the brand or branding.
Okay, maintaining branding, yeah.
Yes, because as we know nowadays, any kind of product have so many competitors with the uniqueness of each product and with the various ways to sell and maybe with the bonus or the price and so on. So I think the most difficult is to maintain the product and how to maintain the branding. I mean, maybe one of the way is first expand the market, and then to adapt with the technology. Maybe now we cannot use only offline selling, but we also have to use the online selling, some kind like that, and then keep innovating, doing the innovation. So walaupun so many competitors bermunculan, our branding still have the positioning in the market, di dalam otak konsumen, still have the positioning. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Group spokesperson for group 2 is? Who is our spokesperson for group 2? Please share. Group 2, anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Share if you don't mind.
I'm from in
And we're having some troubles, I think, with connectivity. Okay, some troubles there with connectivity. Maybe let's hear from group 3. Group 3?
Nobody. We haven't chosen any spokesperson yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll give the
Well,
time to you since you're speaking with us. Go for it.
Okay. Well, excuse me. To my dear friends, I will represent Group 3. Actually, we didn't really have a long discussion about it yet, but some of the members have written their answers, so I will just read it.
Okay.
Okay. What was the question? Okay. The
What
most
is the
difficult
most
part
difficult
of
part
keeping business competitive in its market?
Hmm.
The first answer is promotion and innovation. Not all businesses are able to promote their business according to the current trends and to keep innovating with their products. And the other answer is keeping the price affordable and in the same time keeping the quality of the goods. And then the most difficult part is competing with the same products with a lower price. So maybe that's
Okay.
the answers from our group.
Very nice. Thank you. Well
You're
said.
welcome.
Group 4. Group 4. Maybe Shandy would like to share?
Yes, sir. In break room, we didn't do anything, so let me try to share my
Okay.
opinion. Sorry, friend. I take the time to share something.
Okay. Go ahead.
We think business not like war or sport, because in war and sport we have feeling to competition and distraction each other.
Okay.
So for me, especially business is the fundamental of business is cooperative and constructive activity.
Mm-hmm.
So we can build each other. We can collaboration, not maybe some people need a competition for semangat, spirit.
Okay.
But if we build the collaboration, good collaboration, I think business can be more success.
Okay.
I think that's all.
Okay. So collaborating,
Thank you.
keeping things moving, staying strong. Okay,
Yes.
good. Group 5. Anyone in Group 5? Who joined Group 5? Can someone share with
Let
us?
me please.
Okay, go ahead.
I think how to maintain our business is the most important thing is we have to have a commitment to keep our business moving in any condition. And second, we have to develop our ability and capability in business, like how to take action in based on the situation. And the third is we have to show the user of our product that our product is the better choice for them. I think that's so.
Okay. All right. So working, keeping things moving forward, innovative, and again, back to branding. Good. All right. Group 6.
Yes, Mr. Wei.
Go ahead.
I think what the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market is keeping loyal customers and brand loyalty, maybe by offering the products with the competitive price, maybe with the strategy lower selling price or everyday low prices, or knowing what our customer wants and how they behave, and investing in innovation with a new profitable product and marketing research that should be continuous and we need to revisit and update the plan regularly, maybe.
Okay, well said. Thank you. Good job. Group 7.
Group 7. Okay, I will take this opportunity because there's no decision who will be the spokesperson. Bu Anggreni, apa bagaimana tuh Bu Rahma?
I'm so sorry, sir. Actually, I wanna summarize it, but the time is up, so I am not ready. What is the summarize of our group?
Okay, because our member is about 9 people, yeah. So the answer is they don't want to focus and consistently with the business, and the second is the plan is not a good plan, and business management and product quality is not good, and then the last one is they don't want to make a challenge for every product, and the last one is they are not adapted to the technology. That's
okay. So some reasons for pulling them behind, yeah? Good to keep up with technology, continue to be innovative, yeah? Good business plans and so forth. Okay, good. Group 8. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Group 8?
Yes.
Group 8, Bu Mia? Yeah. Okay. We try to summarize our conversation. I think I can read our people mind because we try to discuss and start with introducing ourselves, but then time's up. Sorry. Some of the things that we need to do to make our business competitive in our customer better. Second, understand and highlight our difference in our business, clarify it, and then build a collaborative network, because we learned that many of the big company they become big because of their build network. And then we have to improve and make new markets, new targets, and look after our existing customer. Yeah, excited and existing customer. We can make them our best advertisements. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Keeping track of the customer, yeah. Keeping loyalty, keeping them happy, yeah. As a key. Okay. Group 4. Pan Nasratul, if you'd like to share again, we'll share the time.
Okay, I will try to deliver our discussions in group 9.
Okay.
Okay, after this discussion, our group think that the difficult part of keeping a business competitive in its market, the first one, make a good product with reasonable price. Who don't want a good product with a low price? So when we want to make a good product, we should use a good material, right?
Yeah.
But good material sometimes also pricey and we can't handle the inflation. And the second one is hiring employees or partner. The leader of who owned the business should selective when they are hiring employee, because we should clearly know who can we trust or work with us. So if not, or if we don't know who partner that we have joined the business, our business will be chaotic, or our business will not work as well as we want. That's it. Thank you.
Well shared. Thank you. All right. Group 4, would you like to share again?
Hello. Permission to add, Philip?
Okay.
I am from group 4.
Okay.
Just to add my colleagues' insight. In my opinion, because in group 4 actually we didn't have any discussion at all. So I'm just bringing my own opinion about what's the difficulties in staying a competitive market. So based on my experience as the how can I say, like the assistance for the SMEs, one of the main difficulties is how to cope with the recent trend of the customers, and especially the development of technology. Like nowadays, when people purchasing stuff from the e-commerce, most of the SMEs complain that they experience the declining of their market profitability. Sorry. And then another difficulties is the sustainable raw materials, as others already also mentions that to produce a high quality product, we need a good raw materials. But for the SMEs specifically, and for the businesses in general, the quality of the raw material can be unsustainable, and also the price can be fluctuated. So it's quite difficult to have sustainable raw materials for their products. And some of the raw materials also came from import products, which then very vulnerable to the inflations of the USD and other economic turbulence, like nowadays, the pandemic of COVID-19 is also influencing the raw material flow charts, and also the inflations, as other also already mentioned, the rising price of the products, and then the raw materials, also the raising wages if they have employees. And another thing is the difficulties on creating a brand. Customers usually they will wear something, they will use something that has a high branding image, maybe from the celebrity like Syahrini or Atta Halilintar or anybody famous. But sometimes people also prefer the imported goods just because it's imported, not made locally. So this thing is quite challenging, especially in the SMEs. Regarding the textile products, for the food and beverages, it's not so difficult as long as they can cope with the customers' demands and the trend and the taste, they can survive. But for other types of commodities like textile and handicraft, they have to find an innovative way to make a high branding for their products, as well as to get a sustainable raw materials and to maintain the price so it will be affordable or they have to make like their own special segmented economic level, whether they want to reach out the high economic level society, or they just want to have a regular people to buy their products. They have to make the adjustments of the consumer targets. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Quite comprehensive. Also looking there, adding to the concept that there are also some difficulties when raw materials are changing, pricing and so forth can also make it difficult to compete within the market. Some great points there. Thank you. Group 10. Who's from Group 10?
May I speak on behalf of, okay?
Who's our spokesperson?
Miss Intan, please.
Okay. Actually, we just started the discussion, but the breakout room just ended. So I think I just want to convey my opinion about the most difficult part of making a business more competitive is to maintain the position of the product. Also, when a person in our group mentioned about innovation, it is about how we bring something that have never been made before, and then we applied it to our business so that we can be the leader in the business section, in that specific business section. I think that's my opinion, and also to represent Group 10. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Group 11. Group 11. Who would like to share?
Well, Mr. Phillips, I'm from Group 11.
Okay.
Actually, we haven't finished yet discussing about the subject that has been given, but I just try to explain just a little about how we make our business competitive. I think there are so many elements that make important role in the business. Maybe the first is how to attract new clients to be our best clients for our company. And the second is we have to be able to predict the future, because if we only stand still like this right now, it's not good enough. We have to predict the future. How about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and even maybe 30 years from now. And then the third is we have to be able to respond to the changing of the markets. As you know, that right now is business online is maybe plays 80% of markets in around the world. Maybe I don't know about that. And then the fourth is we have to be open to the new opportunities. We have to seek the new opportunities. Sometimes we always say that this is impossible for us to get that. But after we try to reach that goal, in fact, we can reach that. So it is also important for us to open the new opportunities. But from that four, I have give you information just now. It is also very important for us to maintain the 5M from management. I have ever got the lecture from the university that there are 5 main M from the management system. The first is man, the second is money, the third is machine, the fourth is material, and the fifth is the method. This is the most important thing for the company to maintain 5M. because it is not worth it if we have so many good prediction about our company or our product, but we do not maintain the internal of the company. I think that is the addition from me. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
President.
thank you. Good point, yeah. Always keeping an eye on moving forward, but also taking care of what we have, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Group 12.
Group 12, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to read the conclusion for our discussion.
Okay.
There's 5 things we have to do to keep our business competitive. The first is do the research and adjust innovation to product and the market. We have a good product to our market needs. It depends on whatever your market. Our product has have to useful to them. It can be makes the repeatable order. Okay. The second, adaptive to change of technology, culture, habit, etc. Like this pandemic, we cannot use the strategi yang biasa kita lakukan. We have improve other strategy in pandemic, so we can keep competitive.
Okay.
The third, branding the product and also the company. So our market still remember our product and our company when in every condition. Four, always find the new market. So don't ever stop to find your new market, because it may be good enough for our improvement, our improved company.
Okay.
Our company improvement. Okay. The 5, try to not only focus to the benefit, but ulang-ulang. Try to focus to benefit, not only the profit.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe that's the 5 things we have to do to keep our business keep competitive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Definitely keeping things useful, moving things forward. All right, group 13.
Okay, for the result of discussion will be represented by Mr. Bandu. Mr. Bandu. Okay.
Okay. I think the answer from our group is relatively the same with the previous speaker, which is there is several things that can make a company less competitive in the market. Maybe the first one is with brand, never promote our business regularly, and also less knowledge of consumer and their habits. Yeah, for instance, we can learn from Kodak or Nokia in early 2000. They both of the company was one of the biggest company in the world. They occupied more than 80-90% of market share. But now, yeah, even in 2007, Apple, yeah, iPhone replaced them. So overall, that's our group answer. But I would like, and also I will make some addition here. I want to make a point about price. One or two previous speakers said that price is one of the items that make people want to buy some item, a good product. But I think not only the price, but also price for value. So not every less expensive product is better for people. Yeah, for instance, a week ago, Apple launched new products. Yeah, MacBook Pro 14 inches, 16 inches, which is I think is more expensive than any other MacBook Pro. It's more than 20 million in Indonesian 20 million rupiahs in Indonesian currency. But why people still want to buy it? Yeah, because the price of value. They can spend their money and get a better value. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Quality, yeah. Quality is a big part of the competitive market, yeah.
Yeah.
No matter the price. Good points, yeah. Group 14. Do we have a spokesperson from Group 14?
Hello, Mister.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for the time. But before I answer this question, allow me to introduce myself. I am Desi Apriani from room 14. Actually, we have not decided who is the speaker in this group. And we have not finished the discussion. We just started and the breakout room has closed, Mister.
Okay.
And I will answer according my opinion. What is the most difficult part of keeping a business competitive in market? Actually, I'm not economic, but I will try to answer this question. In my opinion, we have always innovate with product and adapting to market needs. And product must have good price and good quality, and then adapting to market according the situation. Like now pandemic, we can sell by online shop, and then we must keep branding our brand. I think that's all, Mister. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well done, everyone.
My pleasure.
Yeah? Well done, everyone. Big round of applause to everyone, yeah? Definitely a difficult task for 10 minutes, but I think you guys did really well. And it is interesting when we look at keeping competitive is as we see basically as a summary, is to continue to make improvements, continuing to move forward, not staying at the same point or the same ability, but constantly improving. So with that, let me share screen again, and we'll continue with a few more topic questions. as we did before. So let me share here. Okay, so with that, we continue with working abroad. Working abroad meaning to work outside of our country. So living and working somewhere not in Indonesia. What is needed to work abroad? Does anyone know what is needed to work abroad? Does anyone like to share? What is needed to work abroad?
Language, more important.
Language, okay.
We have to compete and the qualification standard to prove.
Okay, so proper qualifications, yeah, and then being competitive or able to be good at our job, okay. Asa.
Absolutely, we need to master the language or language proficiency, and also we need a strong networking in order we have a strong network or relationship overseas.
Okay.
And also we have a strong dedication, and also we have to self-discipline, because people outside Indonesia, especially, we are very disciplined like that.
Okay, good points.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shandy.
Thank you, Mr. The first thing, we have to learn about the visas and work permit, because sometimes it make trouble with it. And maybe we can research about the cost living and the salary.
Okay, good points, yeah. Making sure that we're on top of our documentation. We don't want to move somewhere and work illegally, but within each government's requirements, which vary. Good points, yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Darwin. Darwin, you want to share with us? Okay, maybe some technical difficulties. Ali, how about yourself?
According to me, what is needed to work abroad? One is mastering international language. And second is increasing our skill, what market need, like that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Good point, yeah. Dendeng, you wanted to share?
To be adaptive and having a good work ethic.
Okay, adaptive and a good work ethic. Okay, good points, yeah. Most likely, the first one on the chopping block would be us if we're working in a foreign country, yeah. Good point. So we need to be on our game, yeah? Able to, as Asa said, compete. Okay? Who else would like to share? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. In my personal opinion, number one that is needed to work abroad is bravery. The mentality to go abroad, that is number one, because we are going to go to a foreign country where the culture is different, not just the language, but also the habits of the people, like the norms as well. So that is number one. And when you go abroad, you don't have anyone there, probably. You don't have your family to look after you if you get fell ill or something. So that is number one that is needed to work abroad. After the bravery, the mentality, then you can study the language. You can learn by doing, and the skills. Of course, you need the skills. That is number one qualifications. But even though you have the skills, but you don't have the mentality to go abroad, then it will be quite difficult for you to adapt yourself in foreign countries.
Okay, good point. Yeah, being brave. Yeah. Exploring something new. Okay, Anna?
Yeah.
Like
Sorry. Yeah. I think what's needed to work abroad is give us time to think, ideate, observe, and learn new things, and get a benchmark of life. For example, got an inspiration to live better. That's all.
Good. Intan.
Oh. They need to work about for me maybe the spirit, the faith to go abroad, go to another country, and try to skill up. Menaikkan skill, scaling up your skill. Okay. And then the first, the important things for work is trying to apply your job first.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it. That's all, I think.
All right. Thank you. Rati.
I think we must have will and ability.
Okay, will and ability. Coming back to that bravery, right?
Must have, but cannot just be one, because there is ability but no will, so will not be the way. And then there is ability but not will. It cannot work.
Okay. Good points. Yeah, they work together.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. I think what is needed to work abroad, beside obtaining permits, of course, we have to provide ourselves with skills and language or languages, and also we have to provide ourselves with knowledge about culture of the place we will go to.
Okay. So learning also about culture and the destination, yeah, is a key aspect. Good. You.
Okay, thank you. What is needed to work abroad? In my opinion, we need to learn about how to get visas and work permits, and then consider how to prepare the mindset to be abroad, and then learn about the country and the culture that will be attended, and then if possible, if there is a friend who has go first there, so we need to make a good relationship with the friend. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. A nice added element, yeah. If we have a friend who's been there before, they can give us the insider clue, yeah, allowing us to have a better understanding from the beginning, yeah. True. Well said. Okay. Who else would like to share? Maybe one more? Okay. Let's look at our next question. So the next question here is, what can be some of the difficulties of working abroad? What can be some of the difficulties of working abroad? Maybe some of you have some experience to share with us. Okay, Intan, you want to share?
Maybe the difficult things for working abroad is get the link to find the job.
Okay. So getting the job to start with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think for skill or everything we can prepare before that, because but the link to find the job, it's we have what a specific technique maybe for me.
Okay. All right. And we've got some in the chat group. If they want to share, please feel free to also share verbally, not just in the chat if you don't mind. So it's nice to hear your voices. Who would like to share next? What can be some of the difficulties of working abroad?
May I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Maybe you can't see my raising hand because it's also the same color, yellow.
It does blend in.
Okay, maybe from some experiences that I have seen, I don't have this experience of working abroad, but some of my friends, I think the requirements are very high there. For instance, like in Germany, you need some kind of certificates of or some qualifications. Even for a painter, you know, to paint the walls, you need to have a certificate so you can get a decent salary. If you don't have the certificate, then maybe you will get paid very low. You know, and to get the certificate, a friend of mine, he needed like about 2 years of trainings or something. So the requirements are very high. Maybe they need a very high qualifications. Then I think language can also be a problem if we don't really master the language very well. And there is some cultural issues also. I have some friends from Africa, from Ghana. They work, they study in Germany, but they also work there. And they had this cultural issue. Not cultural, I think a little bit more racism. Yeah, there is some problem with that. Yeah, the other thing I think is just about how you can adapt with the weather and yeah, maybe food. For Indonesian people, food is also an issue, right?
Can be, yeah.
Yeah, especially when we live in a small city where there is not really much option for Asian food. Then it can be sometimes make you really homesick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all I can share. Thank you.
Okay, good points, definitely. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
What can be some of difficulties of working abroad? I think about how to adapt the culture. Maybe we need to try hard to blending what the habits of the country, and then maybe we need to be a good personnel in a new place where we are abroad. So maybe people can like you, can get close to you, so you will have new friends. And then maybe we need to think about the finance, because where we are abroad, we have to take care of money. How we can fight it, the life there. That's all, Vivi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mailan, you have your hand up. Share with us.
I think, in my opinion, I have the same answer with Ms. Petrina and Ms. Yuyu as well. For me, what can be some of the difficulties is about the different office culture or office ethics. I think can vary between countries. So some things that may be allowed in your country is not allowed in other countries. Working environment. And the second thing I think is if you work abroad and maybe you become the new guy and you have that pressure of becoming the new guy in certain environment that already exists. So I think that's for me. Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you for sharing. Harris.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Philip. I want to answer the question. Maybe I think what can be some of the difficult of working abroad in the culture, language, work life, and personal life. Thank you.
Okay. Good points. Yeah, culture is always a big aspect. Yeah.
Yes.
Ahmad, you wanted to share.
Sorry, is it me, Mr.
Yes.
Philip? All right, thank you. So aside from all the things that has been mentioned by the other participants, I would like to share some of my experiences, because I had experience working abroad as well a few years ago. But generally speaking, one of the most difficult things to work abroad is to be able to adapt with a completely new situation that we've never experienced before, a completely new situation that we've never faced before in our country. And it includes a lot of things, especially foods. It's been mentioned as well. For Indonesians, it's kind of difficult to adapt with the new taste, especially when you live in Europe, because the taste is totally different. And then also the weather, for tropical people like us, like we're not used to winter where the weather could be below zero. It is hard as well. And then also from other things like languages, because usually when a company can accept people from other nationalities, it means that company has international atmospheres, international workers as well from other countries. So sometimes we think it's easy to understand the English language with the accent that we are used to. So American accent or maybe Indonesian accents. But when it comes to international atmospheres, there are a lot of accents. We can hear African accents, Singapore accents, Malaysian accents. So I think it's hard as well to, to understand like so many different accents from all around the world. And also for me personally as a Muslim, it was really hard as well to adapt to the situation where people around me was, drinking alcohol and everything, and or to find a place to pray, because in Indonesia it's really easy because every office has their own mosque or place to pray. But abroad, when Muslim is a minority, it's kind of hard to find a place to pray. So yeah, generally speaking, the most difficult thing is to be able to adapt with a completely new situation. I think that's all.
Some well shared points there, and I hope your experience was good. But yeah, true. There's so many aspects to really look at, and religion in the workplace, especially in Western countries, doesn't really exist. Yeah, even in terms of Christian faith and other faiths that are out there, are not supported by businesses because that's considered a separate aspect of life. There's the office, and then there's whatever you do. And it does reflect differently here than it is there. So yeah, I would agree. That could be something that can be challenging. Okay. Who else would like to share? Okay, Avandi?
Okay, I agree with the other participants' idea about culture, weather, language, but I think the most important thing is understanding of the regulation to do jobs there, to get working, because we have to understand which one is the best, which one is the suitable for us as a student, as a worker, is the place work or not, or clean or not, and how about the salary? So we have to understand about the regulation of working in each country.
Okay, true. Yeah, we definitely have to keep up and be sure that we keep ourselves on the right side of the law. Yeah, importantly. And other aspects also with the offices and so forth. Definitely. Okay. Danica, I saw your hand there. Damicha, would you like to share? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Demetria, go ahead.
The most important thing about difficulties of working abroad is lifestyle and culture gap, and then discrimination from other country. Maybe most apa ya? Lebih banyak more important about the pribumi. The meaning of pribumi. I'm sorry. Discrimination is must be a big problem. Some nation difficult to accept employee from another country. Kemudian differences of education degree. Sometimes degree of education in example Indonesia, S1 is different with S1 at United States or another country. So sometimes the degree of education is make difficulty of to be employed at the board. And then
The last, local wisdom and season, of course.
Mm.
That's maybe my opinion to answer it. I'm sorry, my English is very weak. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Philip.
Yeah, discrimination is also something that we see around the world. Yeah, I remember feeling a bit of it when I first came here also, and you know, it happens for all people in various areas around the world. Yeah, there's no group of people that are void of discrimination, and obviously some areas are pro, other areas are not. Culture aspects, you know, there's many things that can really test our bravery, yeah, or test our desire to push forward and to live abroad. Eka, you wanted to share?
Okay, Mr. Philip, thank you very much for the opportunity. So this is not my experience actually, but this is a friend of mine. She has been recently transferred to a country in Europe, and she said that the first obstacle is actually not the first obstacle, yeah, but one of the thing that she needs to work on is actually deciding where to live, because that is the hardest part, because usually yeah, I mean, whether she should decide to live in the city or outside the city, and then about the transportation and everything. So that's actually can be a difficulty of working abroad, the first thing. And then the second thing is actually about the security, because yeah, this is a kind of a bad experience for her actually, because she was being stalked on the way to her house. Yes, somebody was really stalking her, and she was just very afraid. So just imagine alone with no family, and then she just have to handle it by herself. So I think that would be one of the yeah, two of the difficulties of working abroad. Thank you.
Totally agree. Being alone on your own, yeah. Anywhere really can be quite frightening. Picking the right housing is also an issue. I felt the same when I came to Jakarta. Living in a small house for a while with a group of other guys working at the office, and you know, people are poking their noses over the fence and looking at what you're doing, and suddenly, you know, a shirt goes missing or a pair of pants go missing. You know, it's people are watching you, making comments. Suddenly you feel like the whole world is watching you, and you start to become more paranoid. It can be a real issue, and really take away from the joy of working abroad. So then, you know, sometimes we choose like living in an apartment. It's safe because, you know, only people who live there can get in, and everybody's got their locked doors, there's security guards everywhere. But then you don't have any contact with anyone because everyone's hiding behind their apartment door, and no one's willing to share with you. And you can stay in an apartment and then have no friends for 10 years. And, you know, so we have this trade-off of how do we enjoy life in another country with a different situation, yeah? It really does, as was stated before, it takes bravery. It takes determination to push forward. And it's not for everybody, yeah? It might be a nice experience for a year or two, and then afterwards it's like, okay, I'm ready to go home. Or maybe, like said before, looking for certain cuisine or food is a big aspect of your life. You know, if you're a foodie from Indonesia, it's very hard to just up and move to Europe and then get stuck eating their plain food, as it might feel to you. There's no chili sauce, there's no noodles, there's, you know, no soto or whatever. You then have to decide, okay, Am I going to learn to be a cook? Am I going to cook it myself? Or can I survive on European food? Yeah, it becomes something that you have to make peace with. You have to make that choice and move forward. And it's not always easy. So yeah, I totally understand that one. So that brings us to our next question, which is international business the same everywhere? Yeah, we say we have international businesses. We look here in Jakarta, we have businesses that are in from abroad. They have corporate identities around the world, but are they all the same, or are there differences? So, is international business the same everywhere? What's your opinion? Anyone?
I'm sorry, Philip, can you be more specific in what terms of the international business? I mean, like, if we're talking about the international business regarding food and beverage industry, of course, it's different because the same brand, like just say Coca-Cola tastes different in Japan and tastes different in Malaysia. It also tastes different in Indonesia. So, in which aspect of the international business?
In terms of aspect, just looking at the business culture, maybe would be the best way to describe it. Obviously, products will change based on demographics, but talking about the core of a business, maybe its culture, the way it does business, is it the same everywhere, or is it different? Like if I work at an international company, let's say in France versus here in Jakarta or in the United States, is it going to be the same or is it different? What's your
Personally,
opinion?
yeah, okay. Permission to deliver my opinion. In my opinion, it's quite different if regarding the culture, but it's depends on the country where the main company, the holding company come from. Such as in Japan, for a well-known Japanese company, they have like the standard SOP to all of their companies. They bring the cultures of work ethic of Japan, like you have to come on time, even before time, and you have to work overtime, and you shouldn't complain about it because that's just the way it is in Japan, and other things like that. But as I know from my friends' experience that works in many multinational companies, companies like from US or from France is not as strict as their original mother company from the countries. Probably they already like adopt with the cultures of Indonesian people that doesn't necessarily come on time due to the traffic jam and etc. And also like the atmosphere of the working environment is also quite more family oriented instead of business oriented, things like that. I think even though they're international business, but it depends on the country's policy as well as the leaders of the company, whether they want to bring out their original culture to the residing country, or they would like to adapt with the employees culture.
Okay.
I think, yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Philip.
Well said. Anyone else would like to share? What are their thoughts? Anyone else? What do you think? Is international business the same everywhere? Efren, would you like to share?
Oh, okay, sir. Maybe in different country, will a company will adapt with their culture, with adapted with their customer needs also. That's all.
Okay, so some adaptation due to customers, yeah? All right. Anyone else? I think we're all in agreement with Zakia, right? Well said on her part. She beat everyone to it, yeah? Okay.
If I may speak, Phillips, probably
yes.
because this training is for the official government, so most of us don't. Personally, I don't have the experience of working other than the ministry, so that's probably what makes other participants have no idea about this topic.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries. No worries. It's all learning, yeah, and sharing. But you make some good points, and the aspect that comes behind the question is that if international businesses are different in different areas, then we recognize that just because it's international, just because English is their main language, doesn't mean that they do everything the same as we do. And we may not do things the same as they do things, which causes, I wouldn't necessarily say conflict, but it can lead to conflict because business styles are different. The approach to deadlines, the way that meetings are conducted, the focus and business planning changes, and there's so many of those aspects that we really need to get to know each corporation separately. Yeah, not saying, well, okay, that company's from Germany, all the German companies are like that, or that company's from Malaysia, they're always that way. We can see some variability, and so even though it says international, international doesn't always mean the same. Yeah, just an aspect for us to keep in mind, and the same thing happens also between government officials. Yeah, if we were to compare other governments to our own here, we'll notice that there are differences in mindsets, in approach, in procedures, and other aspects. So it does become different. Javicia, would you like to share?
Thank you, Mr. Philip. I try to answer again.
Okay.
And I practice my English maybe.
Good job.
Okay. I think it's international business the same everywhere, especially in business culture maybe. Yeah. Yes, mostly yes. Especially for the main rule of production, for goods or services. So the mean is steady or fixed, like how to make some goods and how to control of quality, and then market system, but and just little bit can change with local culture, maybe at what's the meaning? Some
Ibu tadi udah makan?
Kan kerja macam
saya tuh punya bahan cuma ngedadak
time survey and etc. So mostly is yes, say the same. If that's maybe my opinion. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there are obviously some base underlying things that really stay the same. Yeah, and in those areas we find our common points. Yeah, to interact with other businesses, and then we learn about the differences. Okay, so kind of shifting gears, changing topic a little bit. We'll look at the one thing I think many of you may find yourself struggling with, but let's look at it. Looking at business presentations, yeah? So before we end, we'll just look at this one. A few questions on business presentations, yeah? What makes a bad presentation? What makes a bad presentation? What do you guys think? What are some aspects that can totally ruin or destroy what was a good presentation? Sabrina.
Okay. First, I want to ask, is it from the presentation itself or also from the person?
It can be either or. They're both connected, right?
Okay. Well, I think a bad presentation is, for me, it is a very long presentation. I mean, presentation should be just consist of points, yeah. But sometimes, I don't know, but here sometimes I find some presentations that they have very long sentences in each page, very small fonts. So yeah, the audience cannot see clearly, or they cannot understand the whole points. And then also I think what can ruin a presentation, sometimes here it happens here, like when we are not really able to run the technology itself, you know. Not all people can manage to run the InFocus, you know, or yeah, the equipments that needed there. So it can be a factor that makes a bad presentation also. And from the person itself, of course, when he or she doesn't really prepare for the presentation and not really master the topic or the issue, then it will affect his or her performance in delivering the issue.
Okay.
I think those are some of the factors.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely some big factors. And you hit on one that I see quite a lot in Jakarta. And oddly enough, I finally stumbled upon the reason why was the presentation slides with so much text, yeah, information all over. I found that a lot of the culture behind that in businesses is that a person is requested to give a presentation, and some of the guests that are joining are not really the ones that should be joining. So, for example, they send the secretary or they send one of the other workers within the department to kind of go and listen to see if it's worth listening to. And because of that, at the end of the presentation, that person comes along and says, "May I have your presentation?" And then they hand you a USB, yeah? A lot of that is so then they take that presentation home or back to the office, and the boss will read it, or the manager that sent them will then read the presentation. And because this habit happens so frequently, people tend to put together a visual presentation that someone could read by themselves. Now, obviously we go to a presentation for the speaker. If I have to listen to someone read a presentation, I would rather they email it to me. Let me read it myself, yeah? I can probably read it quicker. But we do this because of this aspect, which means that to make that better, we can create that presentation to give to the boss, and then save it and simplify it and make it smoother, yeah? But yeah, I agree. Sometimes way too much text. Okay, Haris, you've got your hand up. What would you like to share? What makes a bad presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Philip. I think what makes a bad presentation is starting with an apology, and then the bad habit, talking too fast, reading from your slide. I think enough. Thank you, sir.
You make some good points there, and it's something I hear quite a lot here. And even until now, you know, I've been here 15 years, but they say you can take the boy out of the country, but not the country out of the boy. And I hear some of the excuses, and I think to myself, why are you saying that? Yeah. Does the audience really care? Does it change anything? And in some cases, I've heard some excuses and apologies that I thought to myself, wow, you really make me feel unvalued. I'm no longer an important person in your life because your company just gave it to you last night without any preparation, going, who cares? He'll listen, it doesn't matter, he's unimportant. And suddenly the message changes. So yeah, I totally agree. Something to keep off from your presentation. Cinto, what would you like to share?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Philip, for the opportunities. My English is not good, but I will try.
Okay.
My opinion, the makes a bad presentation are read during presentation, and then don't make eye contact, dress untidy, and then doing unimportant things, and not making preparation. Just stand in one place and talking too long. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, some good points. Definitely some good points, yeah. Preparation is a big part to making it successful, yeah. And lacking preparation means that, like you said, we're reading the screen, or even not looking at the audience, yeah. Good point. Who else would like to share? Anyone else? Sorry, it's raining hard here. I hope it's not coming through. Cindy.
Okay, I would like to share, Mr. Philip. What makes a bad presentation? I think there are some points. The first one, like the presenters don't understand the target audience, like who are they, or even the product is necessary for them or not. And the second, the presenters don't even sure about the product they are selling. The third, that the presentation is too long and kind of boring, and instead of explaining the product or its characteristic, they just read the text. And the last one, the presentation is attended by not by the target people. It's like well, so it's not the target people.
Okay, good points, yeah. Nothing worse than hearing a presentation about something the person doesn't believe in, yeah. Buy this product, it'll be great, you know. We get that information, yeah. And yeah, talking about understanding what we're doing with our presentation, definitely something important. Yeah. Okay. Well, we've
I'm so
come
sorry
to
for
the
disturbing.
yes.
I'm so sorry for disturbing, but I think the time is up.
I
Oke,
was
Bapak
just
Ibu sekalian, terima kasih sekali atas partisipasinya yang sangat bersemangat. Philips, thank you very much for your everything today. Everything's
You're welcome.
very great. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sampai bertemu lagi besok. Hari ini kita cukupkan sampai sini. Bincang-bincang kita lebih banyak kepada bincang-bincang, sharing, dan juga mempraktekkan berlatih bahasa Inggris bersama Philips, dan mudah-mudahan hari ini bisa menumbuhkan semangat Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk terus mempraktekkan bahasa Inggris. Besok kita akan ada sesi dimulai dari jam 8 di link yang telah diberikan sebelumnya, dan mudah-mudahan besok lebih banyak lagi peserta yang berani mengekspresikan dalam bahasa Inggris, terutama yang hari ini belum sempat berbicara atau belum memiliki dorongan kuat untuk berbicara. Mudah-mudahan besok bisa lebih aktif lagi. Sekali lagi, terima kasih. Kami mewakili BPSDM Kemendagri mengucapkan terima kasih dan selamat beristirahat kepada kita semua. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Mr. Philip.
You're welcome.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
You.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Mr. Philip.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Mr. Philip. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. Thank you, everyone.
Iya.
See you and I see you.
Thank you.
Mengingatkan ya
everyone.
bagi Bapak Ibu
Thank you.
semua, besok jam 8 kita sudah mulai kembali.
Siap.
8 pagi.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Thank you. Terima kasih kembali.
Thank you, everyone. Don't forget ngopi.
Recording stopped.